Match of the day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Zerbes Reserve. EFNL game day comes live to you in its Premier Division style game this afternoon between Doncaster East and Rowville. And it's a really important game for both sides this afternoon. We're just about a third of the way of the season, and both these sides are still looking to find their identity and a foothold on where they could possibly finish in the season. My name is Wayne Brasher. I'm your host for EFNL Game Day pre-match this afternoon, and joining me for pre-match this afternoon is three of my fellow colleagues, and I'm looking forward to sharing pre-match with them this afternoon. Warm welcome to you, Blake Tennant.
Yes, thanks, Brash. Very appreciated to be down here. First time I've been here.
Really?
Yes, down here at the den they call it down here, I believe, the Lions Den. So good to be back here. Premier footy. I don't think it's the highest of highs in the Eastern Footy League, and cannot wait to get this thing started.
Also joining us, the doyen of EFNL football, and has been for well over 20 years. And good afternoon to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, Brash, and good afternoon to all our listeners out there. Look, I always love coming to Zerbes to watch Doncaster East. We have the best broadcast position up here in the club rooms, overlooking the centre wing. The ground looks absolutely magnificent. The cricket pitch is fantastic because I have been here over the years and it's just been a real quagmire, but we've had no rain and they've rolled it. It's perfect. So there's no excuses for either of these two sides today. As you alluded to, Brash, both sides have to win today, so it's going to be an interesting contest.
And last but certainly not least, one of our rising stars in the EFNL media team. It's a warm welcome to you, Josh Ward.
Thank you, Brash. Great to be out here at Zerbes Reserve. It's been a while for me since I've been out here. The last time I was here, it was the only time I won a junior premiership when I was in under 11s and playing in the lowest grade possible. So it's nice to come out here to what is a magnificent venue and a magnificent spot to call footy. I know Ben Warren-Smith and Jared Beanland, who'll be calling all the action today, will sure enjoy calling from out here. But looking forward to this contest.
And Josh, I believe you got that premiership medal in your pocket today.
Have you had to use the old brasso on it yet, mate?
No, not yet.
Just to clean it up?
No, a premiership's a premiership, no matter what division you play.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's right.
I've won two too, so there you go.
Yeah.
It's an interesting Premier Division, gentlemen, in recent times, especially over the last 2 or 3 weeks. The whole complex of the division has changed after those opening 3 rounds where we had 4 sides on 5 sides on 2 and 0 and the other 5 on 0 and 2. A lot's happened since then, Ray.
Well, look, it's even out. Look, some sides have had a new coach has come in here or there and they've changed their game plan a little bit, and it takes time, 2 or 3 weeks to settle down. We've always said, it's probably by around next week you will really know who the contenders are going to be. So it's just it's evening up the competition, and that's what we want.
Jared, Josh, I should say, so far this season in Premier, basically Baldwin and East Ringwood have been the 2 sides that have set the trend. Can you see that continuing, and those two, do you think that they can steal a march on those other sides that will be chasing for that 3rd and 4th position?
I definitely think so. I think they have set the benchmark early. The one question I have for Baldwin is their depth, their reserves. I've had a look through their reserves list, and it looks like there's a lot of young kids, under 19s players playing in the lineup. So there's definitely, if their depth is tested, I could see them potentially dropping off. But at this stage, they look like they've set the benchmark. Yeah,
and it's an interesting point and an interesting segue. Joining us for the first time in season 2024, coach of the Doncaster East Football Club, Ryan Jones. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Afternoon, boys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Ryan, first question from me. For me, it's a season so far that really hasn't got out of first gear. You seem to be juggling form, points and injury. Is it hard to really settle the side down at the moment to get a consistent performance?
Consistency is clearly something that we're struggling with. Points isn't an issue for us. I think in my 2 years here, or 2 and a bit years, we've had one game that's been an issue with points. Our biggest issue at the moment is consistency in games. We're not playing well, and the biggest thing is, I think today we're up to player number 41. We've also had 7 under-19s make their debut, and I think we've only had 6 players that have played every game. So that's not an excuse for how we're playing, but it's more the struggle during the week to get continuity to rectify what we're probably not doing well.
It just seems like at times that that you are in a lot of games for quite a chunk of the afternoon, but there just seems to be a 10-15 minute patch where the opposition just get to take hold of you and they sort of put the game to bed, to speak, and put you out of the contest.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think we gave up 15 points with 3 or 4 minutes to go against Vermont, and we had 2 shots on goal in that time. Even Noble Park round 1, we're not playing well enough for long enough. But also, with what we've had to deal with early on in the year, if we closed off those games a bit smarter and a bit better, I think we'd be with 4-2, we'd be pretty happy.
Yeah.
G'day, Ryan. Blake Tennant here. Good to see you again, mate. After a couple, I think we saw each other down at ball, and so it's always good to have a good chat. I just want to talk about just a recruit as well from point of view for you guys. Obviously, coming to the season, Tim O'Brien, I think he got injured maybe against the East Springwood game. How have you seen his progress since coming back from injury? I think he kicked 5 against Vermont, is that correct? I'm pretty sure. And how's he going for you guys? How are you liking him? Is he good around the club? That sort of stuff.
Oh, he's been unbelievable for the club. I think we're really lucky. Whilst we would have loved him to have been on the park a little bit more, even pre-season he was coming off the back of an injury with the Bulldogs. His teaching of the boys, and more so just his care for the club and the people. We've got some young key forwards that we think are going to be very good players, and it's kind of like the Simon White effect. It's the best coaching that they can get. So we're pumped to have Tim as a player. Would have loved him to kick a little bit straighter last week, but
how many was it last week?
I think it was 1-4, something like that.
1-4. There you go.
But he's been first class. He's just, more importantly, he's a first class human. Yeah,
and I think our great mate Brush here alluded to it. It's been pretty down up and sort of year, but do you feel like if you can get a win especially against the reigning premiers in Rowville, do you feel like you can start again, that sort of thing? I know you've only won the 2 games, of course, coming into today, but do you feel like this is an important win for you, for your boys, and to start fresh again and rise up the ladder where you were last year?
I don't think it's an important game, but it's not start fresh for us. We talk about the journey, so part of our journey has been to find some resilience early in the year, and we haven't really been in this position in my 2 years here, so we're actually finding out a fair bit. There's parts of the year that we're happy with our young kids. And I've been clear with everyone, it's our senior boys that need to lift.
Ryan, it's great to have you back on air, mate. It's been a long time. Look, I just want to talk about, in the games that you've played so far, has there been one quarter that's been your Achilles heel where is it the one quarter each week?
Nah, it's probably not the one quarter, but if I could, the 2 games against Noble Park and Vermont, and once again, I put it on my senior players, for having some senior boys out there, we didn't game manage them well at all. It was like we were a young team, and to give up 15 points in 4 minutes against Vermont, you get what you deserve. So it's not one quarter, but even at training at the moment, we're so inconsistent. Sometimes we can train the lights out. And I think part of that's a little bit of, maybe we learnt a lesson as a club, coming off a prelim last year, then we recruit, then maybe some players believed what we were recruiting, so then they don't try hard enough, and then some of our recruits go, I'm coming into something pretty good. I just think we've missed the mark on a lot of things that we're trying to rectify at the moment.
I'm interested in what sort of pre-season did you have? Did you have a long, tired, sort of hard pre-season, or did you just sort of, lead the guys into it gently?
Nah, yeah, and so this is what we'd probably review again later on. So with a few of our older boys, we probably went the other way, had a little bit easy. We felt like the last 2 years, once we've got the finals, we've been a little bit sore. So we've given them a bit of a leading, but then it's probably bit us back the other way a little bit. Those boys probably come into the season a little bit underdone, and then we lose 1 or 2 that we thought we should have won, and then we're playing catch up, and then some of those boys that we shortened their pre-season have got injuries, and we've had a few off the back of ops. So it's just been difficult, but it's absolutely no excuse for how we're playing.
The beauty of it all is that it's a long season, and as Brash alluded to at the start of the show, Premier Division is so easy now, so even now. So, although you've only won 2 so far, these top sides aren't going to win every game. They're going to drop games and, momentum's going to swing against them and all that type of thing. Now, Rowville, one of their strengths is the midfield. Today out there, do you think you've got the midfield to match them?
Yeah, I do. Rowville's a club that I really respect. I think for the last 2 years that they're probably the best team in it. We think their midfield's as good as probably East Ringwood's, and even Baldwin's last week was really good. Our midfield's been down this year. Josh DeLuca is probably carrying too much of the load. So we've got the talent there, but like I said to the boys, it's like, I don't want to hear it anymore. I want to see it.
I just want to focus a second on some of the younger players coming into the lineup. How impressed have you been with, or how much have they developed from since they started coming into the lineup to this weekend? Yeah,
that's probably been the shining light for us. Our young kids, I think we've played the 7 or 8 debutants have been from Beverly Hills. We've got a young kid today in his 3rd game, Mitch Duncan, that we're so excited about. Even all our young kids, our young kids have been playing well. They're not the issue at the moment. It's our senior boys that are the issue, and they're aware of that. But we feel really blessed with our young kids. We'd love to have Darcy Jones-Hughes out there at the moment, but that is what it is. But our young kids and our middle tier aren't the problem at the moment. It's our senior boys have probably got to earn the reputation, not live off it.
And there's still, obviously, as you mentioned, Josh DeLuca has had a terrific start to the season. I think it's around 30 disposals he's averaging. And then you've still got the likes of Michael Wen and Hugh Johnson. But obviously they haven't had the best starts to the season. But how crucial have they been to developing those young players?
Josh has been super. When he's starting to hit his straps, but he come off the back of the syndesmosis up to us, so he probably wasn't in the best nick to start the season. I think he's dropped 12 kilos since the start of the season, so he's working really hard. And Huey Johnson and Wenny, I worked with at Port Melbourne. We would have loved them to be playing a little bit better, but it's a long-term thing for us, and they're unbelievable characters. They're really vocal with our group already, and obviously missing Whitey at the moment and lost Luke Tyne in the off-season. We're probably crying out for a little bit more leadership.
Ryan, last Sunday, Brett Moyle alluded to the fact that about his young brigades, how they've had to learn very, very quickly this season against some very serious opposition, and he made a note that a lot of his younger guys that looked a little bit at sea in the opening couple of rounds, all of a sudden have sprouted, right, and really now have started to get an understanding of what it's like to play Premier League football. And he sort of feels now that those young guys, now they understand what they have to do, that they can get better. Do you see that pattern also following with your young guys?
Yeah, I do. I think there's been a bit of a misconception over the past 2 years that we're an older group. I think in the prelim final we had 13 or 14 under 21. We're a really young group, apart from I can't fault their commitment in vision, in games, doing extras. That like I've said many times, I love my senior boys, but the onus is back on them at the moment to produce a lot more, because we feel our young kids are doing everything that they can to play really well, and we think a few of them are not too far away from breaking out consistently. I need my senior boys to lift a little bit.
Well, Ryan, look, as you said, you need your senior guys, but I think today is you'll need 22 players, a real team effort from your boys today to get the points. But I have a feeling that that's going to happen today. I've had that feeling. I've seen you a couple of times this year. One was in a game that we'd rather forget and not talk about. But I sort of look at that game, and that game you basically as a coach had really no choices that afternoon. So I sort of have completely forgotten about that performance.
No, we haven't.
No, you haven't. But I think by and large though there has been some genuine improvement over the last 3 weeks, even though it hasn't looked like it on the scoreboard. And I think today, your boys are ready to put their best foot forward. So good luck this afternoon, and hopefully Doncaster East walk away with the 4 points.
We'll be right. Thanks for your time, boys.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan James, the coach of Doncaster East, always welcoming with his time, and like I said, he's under no illusions, gentlemen, that his asset is right on the he's putting it on the senior players.
Yeah, you're dead right, Brace. Look, he's a good coach, you know. So anyway, look, we'll see how they go. As a Rowville supporter, I hope they don't go too well. But Brash.
Yeah, look, we're just going to break out a little bit, just do something a little bit different. Rowville have appointed a new president, and Travis Flakemore has decided to join us and have a quick chat with us, Ray.
Trev, you've taken on the big job down there at Rowville. We're 6 rounds in. On the field, you're happy? 2 losses recently, but they came back last week, so you're happy with the way they're going on the field?
Yeah, the boys played well last week. I think they were stunned into action the week before, probably thinking they would beat South Croydon comfortably, and then they got run over towards the end. But I think they come out with a vengeance last week, and we also had a few players back, which helped, and it was a good win to get away with Blackburn. So we're in a fine position, just 2 games down, which we would prefer to have no games down, but we're
okay. Well, now we want to talk to you about off the field, mate. You're the captain of the ship, and you're no good being a captain if you haven't got the people around you. Now, I want to talk about one group of people down there, the ladies. The work they do, not only on a Thursday night with the meals, but they're really involved this season. A lot of them have come up from the juniors, haven't they?
They have, yeah. We had a day yesterday, which was the sportsman's lunch, and we had a packed house there, and the ladies just jumped in again for that and took over, and it was a fantastic day for the club. A good fundraising day, lots of fun. So the vibe around the place is quite good at the moment, Ray.
G'day, Trev. Blake Tennant here. So talk us through, obviously coming into a very tough job, but I want to hear this. Our man out here, our Rowville correspondent here that we've been alluding to, how is he around the club? Does he come down on Thursday nights? He's very vocal with Rowville, I can tell, but how is he?
He's very good for the club. He's we love him around the place. He could probably buy me a couple more beers occasionally.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on as well. I've grew up with this great man of the Rowville Footy Club, and I've had a lot of summers with him. Monster Paul Minot, club legend, you would say, definitely. Yep. Sponsorship person, I believe, there too this year. Yeah. How's he going? I don't think you can. He's been a.
So that's probably the biggest thing that I've done for the club. I've come in off the bench. I wasn't even involved in the committee, and I was asked to become president. So I was a little bit at sea when I took over the reins at the end of last year, but leading into this year. So I just sort of had to confront issues as they arose, which, as I said, they didn't really know what was coming. So I consulted people like Paul Minot, club legend. Mark Hamilton, who was heavily involved several years ago. So my goal's been to get those guys back involved, and Monster Paul Minot has taken the role of the sponsorship, and a fantastic job. We've he's more than doubled the sponsorship that we got last year, so that's been good. And Hammer's helping us with our social days, and that's starting to generate some revenue, which is putting us in a good position going forward.
Trevor, one of the things that a lot of clubs have are coterie groups. Is that something that Rowville will need to sort of look at as the season progresses and moving forward? Yeah,
we've been trying to generate some membership over the years. I suppose you get a bit lax in certain areas, and the things we're tightening up on is getting some membership, because we weren't pursuing that. So we've got a lady, Donna Eichhoff, she's in charge of membership, and she's been promoting that. So a few different categories. The big one for us is the player sponsors. That's a significant sponsorship.
Well, it is, because it gives the local people, and gives someone to hold their hat on, because actually they can win something off them too by sponsoring.
I think it's best on ground a few times. That's part of it. Is it down there?
But it is important. It is important for the supporter to be involved with a player. I've seen evidence of that at other clubs. It sort of builds a bond, and knowing that the player and their sponsor can get together and benefit.
Yeah, well, it's a great thing for the young boys that they've. The membership's nearly $500 to play footy, so that's significant. It's, this day and age, apprentices and some of we've got a lot of young players, so they're short of $1, so it helps them out if they get a player sponsor, and they means they don't have to pay their fees, and that makes everybody happy.
Trevor, I just want to backtrack a little bit to obviously coming into the president's role, and how helpful were the committee in transitioning, in helping you transition from being outside of the committee into the president's role?
Well, we actually, I had to find a whole new committee. Predominantly, there's really only a couple left from the last year, but the couple that were left were really good, and the people that we've got in new positions, like new treasurer and vice president, they're people that have been involved around football, and they've got kids that are playing in our teams, and so they're passionately involved, and we've got a really good team now working together, and so it's setting us in a good position.
Final one from me, Trev. The presidents of football clubs right around through the Eastern Football League, they have their own little network of when they get together, when they play each other at half time. Sometimes they're very good sounding boards for new presidents when they're taking a role. Because they're happy to share knowledge as well. Yep. I'm sure that as your journey progresses, I'm sure you'll be talking to a lot of the other club presidents, and I'm sure they'll be handing you a little bit of advice down the road to help you make some more informed decisions. It's
interesting you say that, Rash, because when I first took over the role, our big rival and the grand final from last year playing Vermont, the first person I spoke to was Danny Ross.
Oh, yes.
And he arranged to meet me at the Stanford, and when he turned up, he had all these figures. Yeah. He just went, "Here it is, Trev." And I just couldn't be more thankful. He said, we're big rivals on the field, but we all work together off the field. Yeah. So he's been gold for what I needed to find out. So I'm using them as my benchmark. Yeah.
All right, Trevor, look, we'll have to wind it up now, but look, thanks for coming on and just giving the public an insight into the ongoings behind the Rowville Football Club. You're doing a great job down there, mate. I know it's only new to it, but keep it up, and I'm sure you'll be there for a few years, and thanks for coming on.
Thanks a lot, Ray.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, new president of the Rowville Football Club, Trevor Frakemore. And I'm sure Curtis has just come back into the side after an extended period on the sideline, and he had a good first round last week, and I think he'll have benefit from that round. We'll let's just keep continuing on, and whoever jumps on, will jump on, Blake. And I think we really the communication, and I think you alluded to that in the podcast this week, the respect and the way that both Norrelbach and Montrose get along. I think that we'll park that, and we're going to have another president join us. And
that's all good, Pat.
We'll get back to that, but first, Pete Sowsby, Doncaster East president, joining. Afternoon, Pete.
How are we going, guys?
Very good, Pete. We finally got out to Donny East, mate.
Yes.
We're probably a couple of weeks late, Pete.
Couple of weeks late. No, we had a big game, as we said a few weeks back. We're hoping to get you against Vermont, but we're here today on a beautiful autumn day, that's for sure, and Zerbes looking to treat. The centre's holding up a little bit better than last year.
Good city views, I could see down the back there.
Shopping Town Hotel, a good sponsor. That'll plug them too. How's it? Yeah.
Yep. Well, how things been going off the field, my friend?
Off field, we've been pretty strong, to be honest. We've had a few good years. We're lucky in sponsorship. Obviously, Beverly Hills, our junior club, a lot of good young kids coming through. So that's been going well. Yeah, we've been lucky in that sense. We've got some really good sponsors. We're in a strong position off field. Obviously, on field at the moment, it's not going as we hope, but hopefully we can turn that today.
G'day, Blake Tennant here. You touched on about the Beverly Hills and the Doncaster East connection. I've heard a little bit about it through the Yarra Junior Football League. I think it's a great little league as well. But all of us were just speaking with Ryan, and I think you've got you got 12 under 21-year-olds. And do you feel like you've got a 19s team, of course, that played today? You must be happy about how the club's growing through that partnership, though.
Absolutely. We haven't missed too many from Beverly Hills, but I think it is a bit of a strange situation. We've got different names, and I think that's something where probably as clubs have to, at some stage, probably come and join names, whether it's Beverly Hills, Doncaster East, or whatever it is. But we'll definitely, we don't miss a few, but the talent's coming through there. Credit to them as a junior footy club. They're amazing, and they've got some really good juniors. Our 19s were lost today, unfortunately. I saw the final score, but we're 4-3. I think we would take that after one win last year, that's for sure. So it's all looking bright. We've got really good young kids in our seniors and reserves as well. The reserves have been going pretty well as well. So as our 39-year-old just took a marker on me. Yeah. But no, we're in a good position, that's for sure.
Yeah, and just touching on that Beverly Hills connection, do you expect that to continue to grow, just given it is a really strong junior program in the YJFL?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a really good relationship with Pat Cooper, and he's the president now. He's really pushing it. Jimmy Appleby's coaching our Colts, which always helps, as you know. So our under-17s, he's going really well there. Jimmy, a lot of senior blokes going down to help as well. Ryan, our senior coach, has been fantastic as well in that. He's really, that was one of his, when he took on the job, that he saw Beverly Hills. He'd been at Oakley Chargers, how many great players had come through, and we really had to tap into that, and he's been fantastic with that as well. So, yeah.
Well, Pete, look, we're going through the guests thick and thin today, mate. But look, thanks for joining us for the last couple of minutes and letting everyone know how the Doncaster East Football Club are travelling off the field. It's always important to talk to the presidents because we need to know that the health and the financial viability of our Premier League clubs is all important to make this competition stronger. And thanks for joining this afternoon.
Absolutely, and it's great to see the competition thriving. Jai's doing a great job, and Dean, and I think you guys do a tremendous job as well. Obviously, had a couple of disagreements on when we get you to come here, but that's footy, and just because I'm passionate about the Doncaster East, but Premier Division, to see 10 sides and really even is what we want. It's a great competition. I'm really passionate about the Eastern Footy League as well, and you guys do a great job. So
exactly.
Right.
Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks for coming on, mate.
Thank you so much, mate.
There you have it, coach from the Doncaster East, Peter Sousby, joining us. Well, the guests just keep rolling on here. They do, and we're not stopping now because the coach of the Rowville Football Club is joining us for pre-match this afternoon. We've had him on once already this year.
Premiership coach too, Neil.
Oh, he's been a premiership. He was a
counts for nothing, boys.
But he was a fair player as well. Just mind you. How are you, Ben?
Very well, boys. How are we going?
Good.
Mate.
It's good.
Had a little bit of a blip, a couple of little blips, and then got back on the horse last week against Blackburn.
Yeah.
I just noticed I noticed the side that you put on the field last week looked a little bit more settled and more balanced. Would you say that it's basically the same side again today with just a small few tweaks?
Yeah, look, we probably had another 3 or 4 changes this week. I suppose, referring back to the start of your question, a couple of weeks ago, we obviously started well, had a good win against Vermont, and then obviously Baldwin gave us a good touch-up, which we deserved. They were well and truly better than us. And then, South Croydon game, we led all day, and we probably just let ourselves down with the way we played our game. We addressed those, and the boys really doubled down hard on that, got to work, and I think, against Blackburn, we just looked like more ourselves.
Yeah, and Blackburn, it's very much a boutique type ground. It's not an easy ground at times to play when you don't get the game on your terms, is it?
Yeah, it is. Oh, mate, it's even like out here today. It's a boutique ground, mate. It's,
they're all boutique.
They're all a little bit different. But mate, we've got a lot of different small grounds in our comp. So being able to address that and adapt is always going to be positive for us.
G'day, Ben. Blake Tennant here.
Yeah.
I think coming into the in focus, and I know we touched on it as well as the Vermont side, you wanted to see a bit more development, more out of your twos, because I think when you touch on with your article, you wanted the twos to stay up there. Yeah. Twos are doing pretty well at the moment. You must be pretty happy about the way they're going, and also the development for Rowville.
Yeah, we're in a pretty good spot in terms of our junior program's been really strong for a while now, but we're obviously starting to see the fruits of that at senior level. But yeah, it's the important thing for me is at the back end of the year you want your whole club playing finals, and I just felt that was just something that we can concentrate hard on. And even with our 19s, Paddy Garrity's worked extremely hard to to build a culture there that want people coming into the footy club and just have that connection from the junior club to come straight back into our senior lineups. I think it's really important for the boys to actually have that pathway, and it seems to be working all right. We've got a long way to go.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. So, last time we saw was that Vermont day. Very good day for your boys, and then obviously lost to Bourne and South Croydon, of course. But do you get that sort of thing saying that you are the hunted? Do you still get that each week, and you say that not every game is going to be an easy win? It's definitely going to be a hard game to play against.
Yeah, like the Premier Comp this year is really close. You can throw obviously Bourne a fair bit away in front at the moment in terms of games won, but you look at the middle jam, the log jam in the middle of the ladder at the moment. We've probably got, apart from no disrespect to Berwick and Norwood, they're in a transition phase of their list and they're going through a development time. But apart from that, everyone can beat each other on their own day. It's really close, and you only have to be off 5 or 10% and you're gone. You can lose a game quite convincingly. So. I suppose at Premier level you've got to bring it every week, and that's the hardest thing. And being the hunted, we've probably been the hunted for 3 years, really. No one, probably 2, definitely 2. But it's something that you just, when you're good, you just got to cop. Yep.
Ben, I want to focus on the side a little bit here. And one player that we saw last time, Cooper McDonald, he's been playing the last couple of weeks in VFL. Who stepped up and who steps up today and fills that void that he leaves? Because when we saw him, he looked very dominant.
Yeah, he's a star, and good on Coop. He's worked extremely hard on his footy, and he's developed, his development through the roof over the last couple of years. So for him to get exposure at VFL level, and he's doing it really well there. So I'm hoping that that's not the end for him. He can continue to go higher. So in terms of stepping up for him, it's we got Jack Gordian that's come back to the footy club. He had a couple of years off. He comes up, he's a real Dow defender, he's really strong, he's contest versus elite, so he comes in, and we've got Cooper Stainthorpe, who played 16 games for us last year but missed out in the granny unfortunately, but he's a developing young man as well. He's only 21 or 20 I think, so we've got a few that can come in and cover the void.
Ben, one did come in last week, Curtis Flakemore. And I said on the Friday preview last week that I thought it would take him 2 or 3 weeks to get back into it. I know he's done all the running and all the pre-season while he's had that shoulder injury, but how good was it you as a coach to see him come in, kick 4 goals, and I believe he went down back in the last quarter?
Yeah, mate, it's great. Like, he'd done a mountain of work. It's always good to see your players come back from a long-term injury or a significant injury. For him to come in and have the impact the way he did, we didn't expect that. He just had to come out and play his role, which he did really well, and he got on the end of a few. So, now he's just got to continue to build and back that up over the coming weeks and hopefully string a really strong back end of the year.
One other player I just want to mention who last year had a tremendous year, that's Nick Showermakers. My vision of it, and tell me if I'm wrong, I've only seen a couple of your games, he's been down a little bit on form this season to what last season?
Oh, no, I don't think so. He missed the game. He missed the game for the birth of his young boy, and in terms of what he brings, I reckon he's been the best ruckman in the comp for
without a doubt,
4 or 5 years. In my opinion, I'm biased, but the amount of work he does physically, and he's another midfielder on the ground for us as well. He's as fit as he's ever been. He's as strong as he's ever been, and he's only 32. So he just continues to be the warhorse that he is, and we're grateful to have him on our side.
Ben, the loss against Rowville. Obviously, when you lose, obviously things didn't happen for you.
Sorry, against Bourne or South Croydon? Yep. Sorry. Yep.
Right. Was there anything in that from that loss that Bourne exposed that you've been able to rectify?
Yeah, a little bit. It was just probably more mindset and intent to defend when we don't have the ball. They brought the pressure and we didn't execute. So, I suppose leading into that. We had Norwood, and it was probably just a kick up the arse that we needed. And they're a really well drilled side, and they were at full strength and full whack. So we got a bit of a clip and a bit of just a reminding of how good this comp is, and you can't get complacent. And the boys weren't getting complacent, but it's just still a reminder you've got to rock up every week and bring your A game.
Agreed, because like you said, we've you alluded to the fact there's a chasing pack at the moment for that third and fourth spot. When you consider that, Balwyn and East Ringwood have been really the early trendsetters.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be, like you said, there's always 3, 4 and 5 positions to play for, especially coming to the finals, because it's really hard to win from that 4th and 5th position. You want to finish at least third, don't you?
Yeah, look, that's the aim. Like we always have, you want to give yourself the best chance to compete at the back end of the year, and I think, regardless of first, second or third, I think that gives you the best chance. That's always our goal, and that's what we'll continue to drive to get this year, and then I suppose it comes down to a bit of luck. You've got to have injuries go your way. It'll depend with our boys with VFL whether or not they're available. Depends on sides are playing finals or not. So a lot of moving factors come into it at the back end of the year, but at the end of the day, if you're in the top 3, you've ticked one box, and that's what you've got to be competing for.
Well, Ben, thanks very much for giving up your time again on EFNL game day, and good luck once again to Rowville Football Club this afternoon in what is a very it's an important clash for both sides. So we look forward to calling the clash, and we look forward to talking to you again very soon.
No worries.
Thanks
guys.
Benny. Thanks, mate.
There you have it, coach from Rowville, Ben Wise. Gentlemen, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we're going to start talking a few games. This is EFNL Game Day live from Zerbes Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, EFNL Game Day, coming to you live from Zerbes Reserve this afternoon. It's the big Premier Division clash between Doncaster East and Rowville, and we've spoken to all the coaches, the presidents. Now it's time to start talking about some of the games. And we're going to whiz through the bottom three divisions because we're going to purely concentrate on Premier and 1 this afternoon. We're going to start with Div 4 and some quick selections here. Croydon North are playing Nunawading, Scoresby are playing Forest Hill, Whitehorse are playing Chirnside. I'll give you my selections just to set the tone. I'm going Nunawading, Scoresby and Pioneers. Where do you see this one, Blake?
Yeah, I think you've got to go Nunawading just because it's just been a downfall year for Croydon North, so I've got Nunawading there. I'm going to go Scoresby just due to Forest Hill's inaccuracy and inconsistent games that they've been part of. And I'm going to go an upset here. I don't know if it is an upset, but in my opinion it is. But I think Whitehorse will be Chancellor.
Okay, now mine. I think this is a big opportunity for Croydon North, and just to be different from all you guys, I'm going to pick Croydon North to knock off Nunawading
We love
today.
that, right? Yep.
The next game, Scoresby and Forest Hill. There was a huge crowd at Scoresby when I drove past there on my way to this round, but Scoresby will have too much for Forest Hill. And Pioneers, Chirnside, the game of the round in this division, but I've stated last week, Pioneers will play in the grand final. They'll win this game.
They'll only lose 1 or 2 games, Josh.
Yeah, especially when you got Tom Young and Daniel Horvat who combined for 60 goals this season. I just think Chirnside have more options. Tipping Whitehorse in that game though. Scoresby and I'm tipping Nunawading as well. It'll be interesting for that Scoresby game how many goals Adam Amin kicks as well, because I think it was 7 last time against Forest Hill. See if we can do the same here.
Okay.
Our resident clairvoyant, the Oracle, has picked Nunawading, Scoresby and Whitehorse Pioneers this afternoon. Division 3, gentlemen. Coldstream take on Fair Park. Donvale take on Sylvan. Knox take on Ferntree Gully. Oakley District take on Surrey Park. And Upper Ferntree Gully are at home to Warrandyte. My selections for this round, I've got Coldstream, Donvale, who are going for 6 games in a row where they can kick over 100 points. I think they'll achieve that performance again today. I've got Knox, Surrey Park and Upper Ferntree Gully. Blake?
Yes, I'm going to go Coldstream at home. I think they'll be too strong there. Donvale, I reckon this will be over 100 points. That's just my bold pick there. And I'm going to go an upset here. I reckon the Gully will win against Knox today. Just due to a few wins, they're getting their momentum back and I think they can get through there. Surrey Park for me. I think you're going to go Upper Ferntree Gully for this one as well against Warrandyte.
Okay, look, Coldstream will beat Fair Park. Donvale will beat Sylvan. Knox will beat Ferntree Gully. And Oakley Districts will run Surrey Park very close, but Surrey Park will win. And I think Warrandyte, they're in pretty good form over the last 2 weeks. I'm picking Warrandyte to beat Upper Ferntree Gully.
All right, Joshy.
Yeah, Coldstream for me. Donvale as well. I agree with Blake. It could be 100 plus. Knox, but it'll be closer than people think in their game against Ferntree Gully. I'm still tipping Surrey Park. They've had some late changes. They've got 2 senior debutants in Patrick Warboys and Mitchell Bacon, 2 more from the under-19s program. So
what a surprise there, Josh.
and a couple of late outs as well, including Kane Hendon, Jack McLaren and Jack Wood. So a couple of key players out there, but still tipping them against Oakley District. And I'm going Warrandyte against Upper Ferntree Gully. I've been... getting Zach Howell back is a really good inclusion, and I think they've looked good the last couple of weeks. I reckon they get the job done at Kings Park.
Yeah, the Oracle has Coldstream, Donvale, Knox, Surrey Park and Upper Ferntree Gully as the victors this afternoon. Let's move on to Division 2. Baronia take on the Basin.
I think we all picked the Baronia in this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Croydon and Waverley Blues is an interesting one.
I'm going for Croydon. I think at home, Croydon can win.
Croydon for me.
I'm going Waverley Blues.
Waverley Blues for me too, because they've got Cole Vickers back into the lineup for the first time this season.
East Burwood taken on Heathmont. East Burwood have found a vein of form as of late. Heathmont just can't score. East Burwood for mine at East Burwood.
Well, I'm not game to pick against East Burwood after Spider tore me to shreds last week, so I'm picking East Burwood to beat Heathmont.
East Burwood for me.
East Burwood for me too.
Lilydale at home at Templestowe. Danger game for Templestowe here. They're not going all that well at the moment.
No.
I reckon Lilydale are a half a chance in this game.
Yeah, I'm picking Lilydale.
Templestowe for me.
I'm tipping Templestowe. Fogarty coming back is a big inclusion.
And it's also the first time since Bo Mitchin is playing against his old side too. So there you go.
And Josh, you and I agree. Mulgrave, the Enigmas are taking on Ringwood. I'm taking Ringwood.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Mulgrave were last week, if they put their worst foot forward, then Ringwood could easily run over the top of them.
Two different completely styles of game, Mulgrave and Ringwood, but I think Ringwood will have enough ability to close the game, the run game of Mulgrave down.
Yeah, I think Ringwood today, so it should be a big night as well.
All right, and the Oracle has Baronia, Waverley Blues, East Burwood, Templestowe and Ringwood as his top selections for this afternoon. All right, gentlemen, we'll now down to Division 1 so we can spend a little bit of time on that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
First game up for discussion is, or I'm going to pick the first game. It's Montrose taking on North Ringwood. Oh. And Montrose, in recent times, their form has been a little bit up and down. But Blake, I've got to ask you the question, right, just from an outsider's point of view.
Yep.
Is the on-field discipline of Montrose causing this lack of consistency and form?
Oh, I could definitely see it. You know, there's another player who's out of suspended right now, Ben Descent. He's been a standout performer for Montrose quite a few years now, and also my younger brother, as much as I don't like saying it because he's my brother, but he had a massive, I just felt like they were just lost without, him and, the way he uses the ball. I've seen it a bit lately, and I feel like those two definitely have been yeah.
Ray and Josh, my question about that game, I stated a couple of weeks ago that when Garthwaite isn't kicking goals, that those two forwards, one of them needs to be camping under his feet,
yep,
either front and square or where Garthwaite can be a little bit vulnerable. I don't think they've done that at the moment, and hence their scoring has dropped off by about 20-30 points in the last 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, it has, and that comes down to, I think, Isaac Tantamad, I think, hasn't played the last couple of weeks, or maybe last week.
He's in this week.
Yeah, which is a handy inclusion. Daniel Chamberlain, he was a pretty good forward, and Bailey White has dropped off. I'm not too sure if he's still playing in that centre-half forward role or playing a bit more up the ground, but they really do need to step up. They'll get that opportunity against the North Ringwood side, who I'm having my doubts over after last week, conceding 10 goals in a quarter against Mitcham. I just, excuse me, it's danger signs.
Yeah. Look, in answer to your question, Brash, I'll answer it in my way, and that is that forwards can only kick goals if your midfield's on top. I'm questioning their midfield. I don't know. Blake, you might be able to allude a bit better on. Is their midfield winning clearances? Because early in the season they were winning clearances and Garthwaite and your forwards were kicking scores.
Well, I said this last week. Mirrabah have got the best midfield in the comp in my eyes, and they just destroyed every little piece of them. Having Noonan, Smith, Monkhorst, a lot of names there as well, and I feel like that's probably the lucky bit. But when you add in Ben Descent next week, I think they'll be a better team.
Yeah, well, see, Brash, maybe it's not the forwards' fault. Maybe it is the midfield's fault. But look, I'm picking Montrose, but only because of the performance that North Ringwood put in last week.
Yeah, look, I agree with everything that everyone said here. I think, for Montrose on their day are infinitely a better side than North Ringwood, and I think at home, I think they'll get the chocolates this afternoon. The other game, I reckon, is a ripper game this afternoon. Mitcham travelled down to Home Park, down the coast. Down the coast.
There we go.
Mitcham are in a really good vein of form at the moment. Beaconsfield have sort of plateaued a little bit in recent times. And Josh, you made an astute assertion a little while ago that you were concerned about the fact that the amount of changes that Beaconsfield have their side week in, week out actually really determines how well they're going to go on a Saturday. Do you still support that theory? Yeah,
it is still a little bit concerning. Obviously, sometimes when they get players back from VFL, that's going to help them a lot, and they'd probably all be familiar with it. Some of the senior players haven't been around the last couple of years, but when you're losing players like Brandon White, Jack Doherty, and bringing in some players who don't have too much senior experience, it's a little bit concerning. So, and I mentioned on the Sunday pod last week that Mitcham look like they're back because they've won, I think it's 3 in a row now. They've not just won by 20, 30 points. They've won by big margins against the likes, obviously, of North Ringwood and Wantirna South mainly. But this is a big test for Beaconsfield's depth.
Josh, as Matt Fodia told everybody on yesterday on the podcast that you are our VFL correspondent, what VFL players have Beaconsfield got in today?
I'm not 100% sure. I'll quickly look up their lineup, but I know I don't think Kobe Ship or Cade Delarue is playing this week. There's Mitch Sisbowski who isn't playing for Beaconsfield this weekend. Just quickly looking, Lachlan Medika is on Port Melbourne's VFL list. Charlie Muley, he's on a VFL list but hasn't played VFL to start this season. It looks like only a couple from VFL list are playing it today.
Well, look, I've been over Beaconsfield ever since they come into the competition. I love the way Mick Fogarty coaches. I'm not going to jump off him. I know Mitchum's in good form, but travelling down the coast there, I'm going to pick Beaconsfield.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to write Beaconsfield off. Yeah. But I accept the fact that Mitchum have worked their way back into some form. But look, they had a 10-goal quarter against North Ringwood last week. Take that out of isolation and look at the performances over the previous 3 rounds. They've had to work for their wins. Home Park will be a new experience for them. I think this game is going to be a lot closer than a lot of people think. Yeah. I'm going to tip Beaconsfield, but I think they'll win. But they'll win only by about 8 to 10 points.
I think, we been alluding to Matt Fodia, but I think Jake Brandy did have a field day last time. So I think if he's firing and the Tigers midfield is firing, I can see them winning. So I'm going to go Mitchum.
Yeah, I'm tipping Mitchum as well. Jake Parenti is back to his best, especially as well. He'll thrive out at Home Park Reserve, so it could be a big day for him and the Tigers.
Park Orchards, gentlemen, have the luxury at the moment of a 2-game break, sitting on top of the ladder. And what a game that they get this afternoon to maybe go 3 clear of some other sides when they take on Doncaster back at Domini this afternoon. I thought last week Michael Prosenak was sensational for Park Orchards. I watched that game. My only criticism that I have of Park Orchards is that they try and do too much sometimes with the ball.
Yep.
Where they needed to be a little bit more direct, they went 1 or 2 handballs too many. And I think at times that gave Bayswater the opportunity to get back into the contest. But I always sort of felt like that even though Bayswater kept coming last week, that Park Orchards always seemed to have that answer. And I don't see that same sort of challenge that Doncaster can put up against them this afternoon. I think Park Orchards go on their merry way here.
Yeah. Look, I think Park Orchards will win, but just getting back to last week, that last quarter there was 11 goals, 2 kicked for the quarter, so the last quarter was a real shootout. And Bayswater had put themselves in at 3/4 time with a chance to win that game. All credit went to Bayswater, but in the end, as you said, Prosenak stood up with 2 quick goals there in the last quarter as a good captain does, and he was fantastic.
It was a captain's performance for Michael Prosenak. All of his goals were goal of the day contenders, just standing up in the right moment. There was one in particular I remember bursting away from the stoppage when Bayswater were on top, and he took it on his own boot and got Park Orchards back on top. So when you got someone like him and so much young talent there, it's going to be it's only going to improve throughout the season. So I'm tipping Park Orchards here in the Battle of the Sharks.
Blake?
Yeah, I'm going to go Park Orchards.
Park Orchards.
Right, 2 quick games. We'll just go through these 2. If Bayswater bring the same mindset and same game plan that they did against Park Orchards last week, I think they're a chance going up to South Belgrave. But I don't think South Belgrave are firing on all cylinders at the moment. And I just think they'll do enough to get over Bayswater. But Ray, do you give, based on what you saw last week, have Bayswater got a chance?
I give Bayswater a chance, but you've got to remember that last week at Park Orchards, a big ground, similar to what Bayswater play on. They're going up the mountain there to Mount Morton. The ground's not so big. I think that South Belgrave, they use the corridor well. They'll use the corridor against Bayswater and kick a winning score.
Blake?
Yeah, I think you're going to go Saints.
Yeah, I'm going the Saints there. Yeah. Last game, interesting game here. Wantirna South are at home to Mooroolbark. Mooroolbark just of late, and Blake has alluded to that their midfield is really fired up. One of the key clashes this afternoon that's going to decide this contest is the battle between Lincoln Wong and Kane Noonan. Whoever gets on top there, and if Blake's rating is as good as what it is, and he rates Mooroolbark's midfield as the best in Div 1 at the moment, then they win this game this afternoon. I think they're going to be able to provide their forwards enough opportunity to kick goals.
Well, but Mooroolbark haven't convinced me. Yeah, they won well some of their games, and last week was one of them, but they've also played some real shockers. Big Dinesh has been fantastic for Juan Turner South. He's been in their best players every week.
Jake, yep.
He's going to be a big thing. Oh, look, I'm going to pick a roughie here. I'm going to pick Juan Turner South to get up and win a game.
Well,
very winnable game.
Well, Ray, I'm going to go the same boat here because Mooroolbark don't have Rye Cantwell playing for him. They don't have Lockie Monteith playing for him, and they don't have Jai Peacock. So that's three valuable players for the Mooroolbark, and I'm going to jump on you. I'm going to go Juan Turner South in a big upset down there.
You're going to split it with me, Josh, 2-2?
Yeah, I'm going to split it with you. I've been pretty convinced by Mooroolbark ever since since they went down convincingly to Beaconsfield.
Even with those experienced players out, you still think that they can get the job done?
Yeah, they've got just too much firepower in that midfield. It's going to all rest on Wong and how much support he gets. I don't think he will, based on the opening couple of weeks.
The Oracle has Mitcham, North Ringwood, Park Orchards, South Belgrave, and actually predicted a draw between Juan Turner South and Mooroolbark. Can you believe it? That's the second week in a row the Oracle has had Juan Turner South as a draw.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me if it does end up in a draw with all those outs, but still back in the Mustangs.
I'm surprised the Oracle win against Montrose, really, and North Ringwood. I know, that's right.
I think when you look at it's Montrose's scoring output that's dropped in recent times. I think that's probably what's hurting the rating. Gentlemen, we've got Premier Division. We've got 2 or 3 minutes left. First game, I think probably a selection only. Berwick, even though it's down at Edward Flack, they take on Vermont. Vermont have won their last 3. It's a hard ground for any club to go down. It won't be a high-scoring affair. I think Vermont get the job done by 30, 36 points.
Yeah, I agree, Brash.
Agree with that. Yep.
East Ringwood, another East Ringwood are at home against Norwood. Great to see Norwood get their first win last week. But East Ringwood are just playing really, really good, solid football at the moment, and I think they're going to be a real handful for Norwood again this afternoon. They'll probably kick the sweep.
And East Ringwood players will be absolutely rapt that they're playing a game in the sunshine instead of one of these twilight games that they've been playing.
And to back you up there, they've got some VFL talent coming back due to the buys.
Corey Preston.
And I'm going to put it out here. Josh Fox, I reckon he's on track to kick 10 today.
So East Ringwood, everyone?
Yeah.
The other game, danger game, I reckon, for the Bulls down at the Bull Ring this afternoon. They take on Blackburn. Blackburn's form can be a little bit hit and miss. But they seem to, but they don't win out of turn. Noble Park, having a look at their, I don't know how to assess their loss last week. Sketcher and Martin back in the side, they'd made contributions, but I think they left their run too late. I expect them to respond, but Blackburn might have a big say in this afternoon. I reckon Norwood are going to, Noble Park are going to have to pull out a true 4-quarter performance to get over the.
Well, I'm picking Blackburn, and I have a question to ask Noble Park. You've got Cole Martin coming back after 18 months. How can he get the most possessions on the field in his first game back? What are the other 17 players on the field doing for Noble Park? My answer is absolutely not enough.
All right.
Blackburn for me.
Blackburn. Josh?
Noble Park for me. I'm still backing them to respond.
Finally, Baldwin travelled to Cheong Park to take on South Croydon. South Croydon had a good win against Rowville a couple of weeks ago. Had one of their lowest scores in Premier Data Stats last week's fantasy, under 1,000 points against Vermont. Interestingly enough, Baldwin are doing absolutely everything right at the moment, even though it's a game that they don't go all that well at Cheong Park, but they always seem to pull a win out by 4 or 5 goals, and I'm not expecting anything different this afternoon.
I agree, Brash.
I think it'll be closer than people think. Maybe 2 or 3 goals, but Baldwin to get the job done.
Blake?
Yeah, I think Baldwin.
Well, gentlemen, that's game day. That's pre-match. It's done and dusted. We've had it all this afternoon.
We've done well.
It's very, very unique, Brash, but I love the work that you've done to get this, and to Ray as well. Also, very well getting the presents as well. So well done, boys.
Well, gentlemen, all the talk is done. It's now time to bring in the call team, and we're going to do that after the break. This is EFNL Game Day. It's Doncaster East versus Rowville.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon and welcome out to Zerbes Reserve for the EFNL's Match of the Round, brought to you by Eastland today. And we're out at Doncaster East as they take on the Rowville Football Club, one of the great vantage spots to call football in the EFNL. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And it just feels just fantastic to be back here at the Den, and the picturesque scenes out here. The sun's out. And we're in for a really good game of football, there's no doubt. Both these sides obviously playing finals last year. We've got the Premier in Rowville. Doncaster East have started the season not too much their liking. They've been a little bit slow out of the blocks with only the couple of wins. But at the end of the day, that they've been able to play a lot of players. They've been hit by injury really hard. They've played 41 players on the senior list. And today's a big challenge for them. There's absolutely no doubt. And we hope you enjoy the broadcast right throughout the afternoon on 98.1 Radio Eastern. And, of course, streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. My name is Ben Warren-Smith, and I'm joined by an esteemed panel out here at Zerbes Reserve today. And I'm going to start with the man who's riding shotgun to me, calling the game today. It's a very good afternoon to Jared Beanlander.
G'day everyone, all the listeners, and to yourself, BWS, and our esteemed. I think that's the first ever time I've been described as esteemed, so I'll count that as a feather in my cap. Brilliant day for footy out here. I'm very much looking forward to this match. Two potentially heavy hitters, of course. Doncaster East, we need to see a bit more continuity from them. Rowville, the reigning premiers, here to defend their title, of course.
Well, a man who basically has the word esteem in brackets in between his first and last names is Wayne Brasher, and it's a very good afternoon to you, Brash, after doing a great job hosting pre-match.
Yeah, good afternoon, BWS. Good afternoon, Jared, and good afternoon, listeners. Yet again, very interesting broadcast game set down for discussion this afternoon. I'm going to, I think there might be a little, there might be a surprise in store.
traditionally, Brash, as we've come out to Doncaster East over the last number of years, is they generally, for a radio game, they really put it on for us. So looking forward to this one today.
Yeah, they do, and sometimes some clubs do just actually save their best for the radio broadcast, BWS, and Doncaster East are no exception. I don't think we've since you and I and Ray have come out here, I don't think they've lost too many games when we've done them.
That's exactly right. And speaking of that man you just mentioned, he's wearing the Eastern Football Netball League attire today, but there's no doubt he's got his Rowville undies on. It's a very good afternoon to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, and it's great to have you calling a Doncaster East unbiased call, by the way, to BWS. You know, over the years you've been really outspoken about Donny East. I love your passion for your club, mate, but today, I'm sorry, they're not going to get over the line.
Oh, yeah, good on you, mate, good on you. Where's your beanie today, hey?
I don't
got
wear
my beanie on, mate.
Yeah, okay.
It should be a good game though, Ray. How do you see this one actually paying out today?
I think it's going to be a game of the midfielders myself, because you always can kick some pretty big scores out here. Particularly if you go down the corridor at both ends, it's not that long. But I think the midfield, whatever midfield gets on top, is going to win the game.
Congratulations to Jake Whitling, who plays his 150th game today. A fantastic player, Brash, for the Doncaster East Football Club for a long time now.
Has been, and it's always good for a milestone. Always good to get a milestone game in the football club. There's always that little bit of added incentive in the playing group to do well for a fellow player.
Absolutely, and a good afternoon to our stats man, who we missed him dearly last week, but it's great to have him back on board. Very good afternoon to you, Paul Yaconi.
Thank you, BWS, and it's a great ground here. It's a great view for me as a statistician, and I'm looking forward to this game.
And which way do you see it? How do you see it panning out?
Yeah, I think it'll be relatively close. I think it will be one out of the middle. It's of course it's not that big of a ground, so yeah, I think the midfield will kind of determine how this game pans out.
Just updating the reserve score as I see. Good old one of the favourite sons, Papa Constantin now out there. Papa just copping one for his troubles. Doncaster East are trailing in this one. Rowville doing the job quite comfortably, 10-7, 67 to 4-6-30. However, Doncaster East have kicked 3 goals in this final term, so they're certainly doing a good job to try and finish the game off, Ray.
Paul, Ben, you introduced Paul as our stats man, but Paul's got to be really careful, because this morning on the ladies' game, I heard Kate Green giving out some stats as well. So, yeah, you better watch yourself, Paul.
He's just sitting over your shoulder there as well, keeping a very close eye on things, there's no doubt about that. First game for Mitch Ryan today for the Doncaster East Football Club, and good to see Aidan Biddle, Brash, making an appearance. You know a little bit about Aidan?
Yes, I do. I directed him to come to Doncaster East to try and get a better football education. Ex-Northern Knights, a young player who was playing at the Eltham Football Club, had limited opportunities, but I recommended that he come to this club because I think it's a great club for him to learn. And I'm very ecstatic, especially for his parents, Mary and Stuart, today. Great for Aidan to make his senior debut.
So that's another feather in Brash's cap. Team player manager now, is it?
Don't worry, Josh and I were talking about that before.
He comes into the side. There's a few late changes. Jel Salimi goes out for Doncaster East, and Mitch Stoneham played in the reserve. So in comes Aidan Biddle, I should say, and Steph Paparonis, brother of Giorgio, comes into the side as well. So a few changes there for Doncaster East. We've seen a lot of those over the first weeks of the season.
And last week, Rowville brought Curtis Flackmore in for his first game, but also back today is Mitch Schruck. He's been out with an arthritis problem in his back, actually.
Oh, you could probably give him some advice on that.
I have, mate.
Nothing that a few glucosamine tablets don't fix, Ray.
Ray, who are some of the players that Doncaster East need to keep their eye on with Rowville today, because they've got a lot of good players right across the board?
Well, one in particular, and I mentioned him in pre-match with Ben Wise, Nick Showermakers, because I remember out here last year, he dominated the game out here last last year. He's one they've got to watch. And of course, look, Josh Clark is playing some great football for Rowville on the wing, and also Brock Colclough in and under midfielder. So their midfield's going to be very good for Rowville. That's one area Doncaster East. And then you go down forward, where you've got Lockie Wynn down there. It's a great lineup.
Well, right in the boundary line this afternoon are two gentlemen who you did hear on pre-match, and they're out in the sunshine enjoying it, and it's the first time we'll cross down to them today. It's a very good afternoon to Josh Ward and Blake Tennant.
Afternoon to you, BWS. It is great to have you out. Great to be out here at Zerbes Reserve for what is a pretty big contest out here, particularly for Doncaster East if they want to get their season back on track. It is the perfect day for football out here. Once again, it was perfect last week when we were out at Zerbes Reserve. It's perfect here again, as you can probably see. Rowville coming out onto the park, but
get out of the way, guys.
the ground is in great condition. The centre wicket, it'll probably still be an area the players might avoid because it's pretty soft on the foot, but other than that, it's perfect for some Premier Division footy today.
No breeze to speak of down there?
Not really.
A little bit, Josh. Towards this side on your broadcast screen, so on the right side screen.
Probably one or two. Well, it's not the biggest breeze though. It's not the biggest.
So a slight breeze kicking towards the Reynolds Road end.
It's probably a little
the
zephyr there, BWS.
Probably evens out when you're going downhill the other way.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's really going to be a very, very good game. So I think one of the things that we talk about, Jared, is you can't put a figure on a side's desperation or intent on winning a contest. Doncaster East, I know they're sitting 2 and 5, roughly 2 and 4.
Yep.
Right, a third of the season. They'll realise that they need to win this game. So you sometimes can't put a point factor on it, can you?
No, absolutely. It's one of those intangibles in footy that you really have to. You have to allow for in certain games, and I hope that this is one of those games for Doncaster East that they've got a fire underneath them. They're going to be feeling the pressure. We're nearing the midway point of the season, and they're thinking of themselves as a finals contenders team. They have to. Yeah, they were coming into this year perhaps aiming for that, a grand final spot, a top 2 spot, the double chance and such. So it's a tricky one for them.
I did say though, Ray, and as I alluded to with Ryan James, which he sort of played down a little bit, the player point situation. What I was alluding to wasn't the fact that they weren't making their 46 points every week, which was fine, but the actual list itself with the amount of 6 and 5 point players that they've got on that list. It must be really hard when you want to play those players, but you can't play all of them because you've only got 46 points.
Well, that's right. I mean, but this all comes about with pre-season list management. You've got to manage. But no point having all these guys on your list if you can't play 2 or 3 of them every week. And then, of course, you've got to bring in, if you have some of those on your list, you've got to bring in an influx of junior players so you can get them as one-pointers. So your list management is very important
and that's
position.
That's the thing, Ray and Jared. You've got O'Brien, who's a 6. You've got Wen's a 5. Hugh Johnson's a 5.
Yeah.
So you've already got 16 points invested in 3 players. That only leaves you 30 points left for the rest of the side. You're leaving yourself. You're not leaving yourself much room for manoeuvre, are you?
It's true. You have to evaluate, I suppose, the importance of each specific player to your side, dependent upon how many points that they attribute. And maybe it's a case of a week-by-week basis. Not that you necessarily want that. I think it's not an ideal situation if you're trying to pull a certain arrow out of your quiver for a specific game, because you want that continuity from week to week. You want to be able to have your players understand what systems that you're coaching in place.
Ray, I was really happy with the way I was happy with the lineup that Rowville put on the park last week. I thought that lineup was a much more balanced and seasoned playing last Saturday. I think there was a lot of continuity with those players who have played together, and it was no surprise that Rowville really put it together and defeated a side that's that can be hard to beat in Blackburn.
Yeah, well, Rowville's like any side, though. You're governed by what VFL players are available, and the problem with that is you don't usually know until Friday afternoon that these players are going to be available back to you. So, and you've got to remember also, Bress, there's a big majority of this Rowville list that have come through the juniors together. You know, they've come right up through every age group together.
I think, and that's the hardest thing. That's the hardest thing overall when you are trying to accommodate players from the VFL, because there's such a, what do you call it? It's such a fine line between pleasure and playing, really, because you want them all to play, but you know you can't get them all to play. It just seems like it's a real juggling act, and some clubs, when some of those players are available, they actually can't play in their seniors because of that.
Of the player point system, and exactly. It's a real. As you said, pleasure and pain. It's a feast or famine kind of a situation where you need to be able to manage your list in a certain way that each player is knowing their spot. And I think this is something that Beaconsfield does really well and has done throughout the season. Being able to rotate those players in and out, know that they're going to play a certain role. It's also something that I think we've mentioned in the past. Ben Wise plays in the positions that they'll be playing in the VFL as we go down to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Yes, just a couple jumper changes, gents, as well. So Michael Wen, originally he's number 16. We've got DM written here. He's actually wearing the number 18 today, and I think Mitch Schruck, I've alluded to, is wearing the 18. So for Rowville. So there you go, boys.
Great stuff there, Blake Tennant. Ray, I've been watching Jack Shalakis. He's kicked 9 goals in a row practicing down there. He could be on fire today.
I bet you're watching him. That's your love child, mate. Listen, I want to point out something that I am very pleased with as a long-time watcher of EFNL football. I just watched the umpires walk out on the ground. They are all very young. The 2 field umpires, the boundary umpires, the goal umpires, they're all very young. So that's great that they put all the young umpires together to it. Enough confidence for a Premier game, a very important Premier game, to have all those youngsters out there together. I think it's fantastic.
Boundary.
Anthony Brolick has won the toss and is kicking left of your radio dial, stealing the thunder there of the boundary riders. Kicking towards the Blackburn Road end of Zerbes Reserve, downhill, so to speak, Brad.
Yeah, it is. And look, shall we all give our tips for this game?
Let's start with your good self.
I'm going to tip the upset this afternoon. I'm going to tip Doncaster East, but by 9 points.
How about you, Ray?
Rowville by 24.
Paul Yacconi?
I'm going to go Donny East by 8 points.
Jared?
I'm going to go Rowville by 5 goals, but I would say it's going to be very close coming into three-quarter time.
Casting vote, mate.
Final tip down at the boundary before I give mine. Josh Ward, your tip today?
I'm actually going to go Donny East as well. There's a bit more on the line for them. I reckon they win 12 points, I'll say. Blake?
Rowville by 15 points.
Got you now, BWS.
Yeah, well, it'd be remiss.
We know where you're going,
of course, I don't think I've ever tipped against Doncaster East at home, and we've come down here picking Doncaster East by 2 points today to win it in the last 30 seconds of the game. Is going to be mine. I think we're in for a belter out here today. The conditions say that, like in Premier Division football, today is where they should be turning it on at this standard, I believe.
Well, especially with the ground conditions, at this time of the year, you're not going to get better conditions like this to produce quality football here.
Love a shootout today, and I think that both teams have the capacity to do so if they're willing to.
Magnificent looking scoreboard, of course, being managed all day by Alf Molinaro, one of the favourite sons down here at Doncaster East and one of my favourite people in the world. So we'll make sure that he'll be making sure everything's hunky-dory there, but the players make their final positions here as Rowville head towards the top of the goals. But here's Jared Beelan to take us away for the first term.
Wen versus Schoenmakers, the 2 juggernaut ruckmen of the Premier Division EFNL come together, and it'll be a secondary stoppage as the umpire tosses the ball. Wen got a small tap down, nearly roved there. It was by Brolick. His kick was intercepted immediately. And Donny East have some early control of the game. Kick traverses the wing. It's a huge pack there, out the back. That was well done by Verrill. Hands it off to the outer side. Rowville trying to link with handballs. It was scrappy though. Doncaster East centres the ball. Great intercept mark taken by Trainer, though. And he can set Rowville up.
That was Flakemore, I believe.
No, Trainer.
Trainer? Oh, he's coloured his hair. Yes.
So, kick from Rowville. Comes to the centre. Donny East will rove it off the pack. Now he's brought it to ground. It was Whitling. He got tackled. It's going to be a ball up.
He hurt himself there.
Yeah, he's not looking right. It looks like a free kick's being given away there to Rowville. Schoenmakers hands it off to Verrill. Kick to the pocket. Inside forward 50. Wind went for the fly. It trickles over the boundary line, though. Let's go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Couple of match-up watches. Cooper Stainthorpe has got the job on Tim O'Brien, and down in Rowville's forward half, Lockie Wind has got Nick Hay for company.
So it's deep in the Rowville forward line here. It'll be Wine to go up against Wen, who took it straight out of the ruck contest. Almost got brought to ground. Roving it nicely there was Stapleton. He was quickly met by DeLuca, who gives him a little shove over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw-in, 25, 30 metres out from the Rowville goal line. 98.1 Radio Eastern all afternoon and streaming live around the globe, YouTube and, of course, Facebook as the umpire brings the ball back into play. In the front spot there was Wine, used his body well there was went into his bread basket, got brought to ground, and the umpire said a little bit of holding there unnecessarily. So it'll be a free kick to the big man, Michael Wen. We'll look for a little switch here. Backwards to go forwards, Doncaster East as they make their way across. Screaming for it is Hay. So Hay had a great season. They coughed it up though. Terrible kick there. Chopped off by Taylor for the Hawks, who's just going to pop it into that danger zone. Doncaster East have the numbers when we had his eyes only for the football. Sun was in it, but he took the mark anyway, and they'll use the dugout side of the ground here, the far side. They've coughed it up again though. McDonald stole this one on the right boot. Kicks it low. Kicks it straight across the face and through for one behind. That's the first score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard this afternoon as we almost crossed the 3-minute mark of this first term, and they lead by that solitary point, Rowville.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure there on the back six for Donny East in the first couple of minutes.
Donny East to bring it in. Mark taken by Biddle. Late in today, Aidan Biddle, Brash's man. Searching for options outside of defensive 50. Bell's got 3 to beat. He didn't. Trainer was there, but it was Nashwood to get the kick into the pocket, aiming for Taylor, but he was out of position, and Donny East was able to spoil it over the line.
With Simon White out of the side this afternoon, that half-back line of Doncaster East has to stay strong and stay consistent.
Well, someone else has to stand up because he's usually the general down there.
Well, you would think Taylor Juman would be the person to do so. Cheravolo lays the tackle, just locking it up inside defensive 50 of the Lions. The tackle was laid on McDonald, who just had that flying shot before. When couldn't quite, his tap was nullified there, but it's come to Bell anyway. Kick around the corner. Schoenmakers could have set himself, didn't. And it went to Gordian.
Yep.
Wrapped up by, it was Johnson, wrapped up. Another ball up. Or, in fact, a free kick was given out. It looked like it was holding the ball.
Yeah, Schoenmakers was held well after he got rid of the ball.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crude tackle there from O'Brien.
Schoenmakers winds up with the right foot, searching for targets inside forward 50. The pack forms. It was off hands. Going for it again was Wind. Tackled by 2. And the free kick has gone to Wind. Lockie Wind will line up for Rowville's first.
Might have been over the shoulder here.
Yeah, it looks
Maybe
like
chopped his arm.
Hay came across and chopped his arms there.
Chopped his arms in the marking contest, I would say.
Lockie Wind has kicked 12 goals for the year so far, 55 goals last year.
He's very much a confidence player, Wind. If he gets on, if he scores a goal early, he normally starts getting onto him.
Let's see what his confidence is like so far. He split the middle.
Yep.
Wind gets his first for the day, so do Rowville, and it's 1-1-7 to Doncaster East. No score yet on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 5 minutes gone in the first quarter.
Paul Yaconi on the stat centre.
Yeah, early hate on the back six for Donny East. It's 5 inside 50s to 1 the way of Rowville.
Yeah, that's a worrying stat very early on, Ray.
Yeah, it is.
So they draw first blood. Rowville lead by 7 points early in this first term. 5.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as the Ruck State go at it. They're going to get the clearance here. That's a drive the ball forward through Lachlan McDonald, who kicks it towards the half forward line pocket, getting back and taking a really strong mark that time there was Trakulja.
Or was that Dooman?
Dooman, sorry. At a 4, not the 1. Rowville go forward once again. The kick goes right towards the top of the goal square. Getting back in a timely position there was Steph Paparonis. Late inclusion today. Short passes on. It's okay. So just trying to get it past that half back line that we were talking about. Paparonis takes another mark. He's had a few early touches, Steph. But the ball has been around there. Short passes on. It was risky. It's been chopped off nicely by Taylor, who got tackled as he kicked it, so he scrapped the kick, and it goes out of bounds on the full. Doncaster East fans breathe a little sigh of relief.
Probably shouldn't have played on then, Taylor. If he'd have gone back, he would have obviously got the distance.
They keep going short in this defensive zone, which is risky, and it's been risky again as it goes over the top. Davey was there to lay a strong tackle. They've kept the ball alive. Flakemore was in there to lend support. We'll have the ball up 20 metres out from the Rowville goals.
Ball up in the pocket. And going for it, Wind got the tap down, trying to hunt it himself again. Scooped up. Kick inside for Taylor. Couldn't quite take the mark. And it's just a pile on there after the marking contest.
I thought he might have had enough of that mark then.
Geez, they pay that last one and then they don't pay that. It doesn't make any sense.
Wen and Wind. 0-0 draw. Another tackle laid, and it was over the shoulder. And another shot at goal coming the way of Rowville. This time it's Brock Colclough. Brock Colclough lining up. Brother Jai playing, of course. This to put Rowville's second on the board with 7.5 minutes gone. They've done all the attacking in this first quarter of Rowville.
Rowville have really identified that they're to really put pressure on that back six of Doncaster East early, just so that to create scoring opportunities.
And that pressure is paying dividends so far. Is it the full 6 points for Colclough? Indeed it is. Second goal to Rowville.
Boundary.
And let's go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
We've had a late inclusion for Doncaster East. Mitch Duncan wearing the number 40 for them.
That was actually Jai Colclough, not Brock, boys.
Sorry,
was it Jai, was it?
Jai Colclough, not Brock.
They both look like each other too, Ray, so it's very hard to tell who's who.
Well, they do have the same mother and father.
And the same Christian name too, mate. A surname, I mean.
So Doncaster East, they need to do something out of the middle here. They've been giving away free kick after free kick. Bit of undisciplined playing, and here's another one in the middle of the patch. So it'll be Martini. Got the quick handball away. Rowville go forward again. It was a beautiful kick up towards the half-forward line. Getting out in front and making space there was Jake Edwards. He'll wind around now, looking for an option. Keeps the ball low, goes in towards the forward pocket. Nice fist over the back there by Dooman, and we'll see a boundary throw-in 25 metres out from the Rowville goal line. 2-1-13, they lead by that whole margin. Doncaster East yet to score.
Who would have been the out for Donny East for Mitch Duncan coming in? I don't think I've seen Mac Hoskin out there.
To get our boundary riders onto that one. I do have a team sheet right in front of me. Maybe I could look at that.
Instead, you hand it to me.
Got the manager's list.
Yeah, it looks like Mac Hoskin's been crossed out on this sheet.
You're all over it there, Jared. Just waiting for the ball to come back into play here.
We're seeing less of the ball than of Mac. Let's go down to the boundary line with Josh.
You were right. It is Mac Hoskin who's out for Donny East.
We've got some stats, PWS.
Yeah, just alluding those that undisciplined early. The free kicks are 5-2 the way of Rowville.
Perfect opportunity here for Rowville to set up from this big delay.
Wind, go up against Wen as the umpire brings the ball back into play now. Wrestle. Wen took it out of the contest. He's done that a few times already. Kicked it out. He was looking for Papadopoulos, who couldn't quite pull the mark down. Ball scoots over the boundary line and out of bounds. It's across the half-forward line here for Rowville.
BWS, he is a big unit there in the ruck, Wen, isn't he?
Yeah, but Donny East are really struggling to get it past that half-back line at the moment. They just can't seem to find any options.
So Wen, once again, just muscled his way to take it out of the contest. Just couldn't quite get the kick away. It was smothered off the boot. Little handball over the top. They're going to work their way forward here, Rowville. Ball still kept alive just, but you expect it to trickle over eventually, and it does so just now, although a free kick going the way of Doncaster and Tay Dooman. He's had a great season for Doncaster East. the brethren have told me. As he kicks it across the face, and Doncaster East will look to switch.
On the outer side here, Doncaster East, and they've turned it over once again. There's that pressure, implied or real. It's getting to the Lions, and Lockie Winder's taking the mark. I would say, what's the arc here, BWS at Zerbes Reserve?
50-ish.
50-ish. So he's 50-ish metres out.
Give or take. Give or take. You talk about the pressure from Rowville, but it's actually a lot of clumsy errors, unforced errors at the moment from Doncaster East.
Lockie Wind to come in.
Big run up.
1 goal for the day already. He would be confident now. He's kept it straight, but just drifted to the right at the death. So Doncaster East to kick it in once again. Rowville up 2-2-14. Doncaster East yet to score. Yet to get an inside 50, I would say.
They've had one so far, Donny East, and it was in the first 30 seconds, I reckon.
That's right, Paul.
One solitary inside 50. Let's see if they can work something out here. Johnson's the target down the line, setting himself with Scala as well, but over the top, Lockman, the handy fist over the boundary line, and we'll get another throw in.
Those two brothers with the same mother and father, I thought I spotted a difference, but no, they're both wearing green boots. Just trying to make it hard.
They are, aren't they? They knew we would be here.
Yeah.
Well, they are wearing different numbers.
Brolick hands it off from the clearance. Chain of handballs there between Davey and Stapleton. Stapleton's kick was cut off though. Ryan trying to find the outer side there. Had an option out there. I believe it's Haswell. His kick. Well, it was solid body pressure there on Drayton. He couldn't take the mark, and Rowville will take it away again. It's Colclough, one of them, hands it off. Spearing kick goalward for Rowville. He's got it. We'll see who that was in a moment. But it was a handy little pass off by Colclough.
Don't put it down yet, but it could be Matty Davey. I'm just watching.
Nashwood.
Nashwood. And that's his first goal for the year for Nashwood. And it comes 13 minutes into the first quarter here at Zerbes Reserve. Rowville 3-2-20. Donny East still 3 donuts on the scoreboard there. You're listening to EFNL Game Day thanks to Eastland and Radio Eastern 98.1.
Well, they haven't had
YouTube and Facebook streams.
They haven't had an inside 50 at Doncaster East. In fact, they basically can't get it out of the Rowville's half of the ground.
Well, Johnson got the knockout, but the kick went up and Davey got underneath it and had to ride a pretty fierce bump to take the mark. But he's a tough nut, isn't he, as he kicks it up towards the wing position. Going back with guts was Mitch Ruck. He took the mark. He'll swing around now. They've got players everywhere across the half-forward line. The ignored player was Colclough then, but it didn't matter because the floating kick that went inside forward 50 found exactly the spot it was intended for. Another shot coming up on the board there for Rowville. We're crossing the 14-minute mark, and it's danger signs here as Mav Taylor is going to go back.
One of Josh Ward's favourite players kicking for goals, Maverick Taylor.
So we're right behind him here in the broadcast. This is starting to get a little bit scary. This one can go through. Not a breath of wind out here, so you'd expect a player of his ilk to put this one through. He comes in now. He's about 40 metres out. He makes no mistake. Rowville have 4 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And it is certainly already early danger signs here for Doncaster East, who are just struggling to even get it past that half-forward line at the moment. No breakthrough, no real run out of the middle at the moment. They're really struggling. Well, what can they do? Ryan James is going to have to probably throw in a few changes here because it's certainly not working at this stage. 4-2-26. Doncaster East yet to score.
I reckon they're only winning one position on the ground, Doncaster East, and that's the ruck. Big win.
Yeah.
He's the only one that's... He's the only winner they've got at the moment.
Chris Phelan hasn't had a touch yet.
No, neither has Appleby.
Let's see if we can get some touches for those players just yet. Phelan just lost it there. Tackle laid on Brolick. Not Brolick.
Good tackle by DeLuca.
Big Lockman. It was the tackle-e, I suppose. Tap down there from Johnson. Doncaster East now trying to struggle it out. Couldn't. Intercepted by Rowville. Scrappy kick forward. Met by Taylor. Cheravolo tackled. Ball up. 15 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter. Rowville up 26-0. Johnson goes up again. They're fighting hard to get out of there, but Brolick laid a solid tackle. Yet another stoppage.
Brash, one player I like who's come back into this side is Mitch Schruck. He's had a bit of the ball there in the centre of the ground.
Had a good final series last year,
Yeah.
Mitch Schruck.
Appleby flicked it out to field and tackled off it again. Rowville feasting on any touch that Doncaster East are able to manage at this point.
Yeah, I think he played a sensational second semi-final, Mitch Schruck.
Lockman nullified Johnson that time in the ruck. Yet another stoppage.
Rowville is so savage on the ball carrier, and they're such a young side, yet they're fearless.
Lockman again goes up. Now can Doncaster East get the clearance? No. Interrupted immediately. Tackle, huge tackle by Brolick. Once again, fierceness. And now it's spilling over a little bit.
Let's go to Paul Yaconi on the stats bench.
The tackles at the moment are 13-5 the way of Rowville.
Thanks very much, Paul. As the umpire throws the ball back up over the top there, Lockman. A lot of players around at this time. Whitling scrambled a kick into the middle of the ground, but to no avail because it's been chopped off nicely there by Wood. Weighing up his options is Wood. He almost got the kick smothered coming in from the side as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. No talk between the two Doncaster East backs in Ryan and Dooman, and it sees the ball fisted over the boundary line and out of bounds, 55 metres out from the Hawks' goal line.
Well done there, BWS. You got us out of 5 or 6 consecutive stoppages.
All 2:26 plays, no score. It's nearly time on here in the first term as Wen got the timely tap over the back to Luca. Quick kick forward by Rowville. This is going to go all the way to the top of the goal square and bounce wrong, and would have all of a sudden seen another one go through. But
That was Brolick who kicked that one. Yep.
Thanks, Ray. Always do with the hand as the kick goes in. Doncaster East need to probably just not go the switch here and just go down the line. Try something a little bit different, as that's the option this time. Big fly goes over the back, and who's going to have the run now? Can the ball stay alive? It just can't. Jimmy Appleby stretching as far as he could, and over she goes for a boundary, throwing right in front of us here on the broadcast.
That ball was nearly under our table, BWS, and you're calling it in still.
The umpire to bring it ball back into play right in front of Megan Green, the best camera woman in the country. There's no doubt about that, as Wen got the knockdown into the arms there of Martini, who just ran off feeling. Made it look easy too as he kicked it up towards the half-forward line. It was a good kick too. Nicely done there by Biddle. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. And now over the top in a series of handballs, Doncaster East are going to cough it up again. And now the Hawks have the numbers. Across the half-forward line they go. Backwards to go forwards, weighing it up, and then the kick goes in towards the forward 50. Using his body magnificently, he was Wine. He kicks it very high, but I think he's kicked it straight as well, has he, Wine? No, it just sat and sat. And luck's of fortune for the Doncaster East faithful, because another one goes through. Games are getting close to out of reach. One behind it is 4-4-28. 8 scoring shots to none as we hit the 19-minute mark of the first term.
Lockie Wine kicked 6 goals against Doncaster East last time they met. Looking to replicate that, perhaps. Doncaster East now, can they? This is their problem. Can they get it out of this area? Bell was shoveled over the line from that contest.
Every time Doncaster East take possession of the ball, they've got no chance of getting rid of it because they're not getting any time to.
No, they're savage, aren't they, Rowville, with their tackling today?
When against Schoenmakers again. Schoenmakers just got around the back there, and it was holding. It was counted holding, and Michael Wen will take the free kick. Former Norwood man, of course. Probably best on for Doncaster East, as we've alluded to. That kick wasn't 15, so DeLuca had a bit of a problem, but he was composed enough to sort himself out. The kick and the mark taken across the ground there. For Donny East, they're trying to load up onto the wing. Pack forms a fly there from Rowville, but standing his ground was Tom Bell. Took a strong mark.
They need a forward.
Ceravolo in the middle.
They need a forward 50 here.
Indeed, they do. So target was O'Brien. Punched over the top though, into the pocket, scooped up by Flakemo, by Trainer in fact, and over the line. So an inside 50 here for Doncaster East.
20 minutes, and this is their very first opportunity to score a goal or a score of any sort.
Back in, tapped down by Schoenmakers, straight down the throat of Tricula, but he was tackled. Yet another stoppage. Rowville's pressure has been
enormous.
Immense. Ball hits the deck from that contest. Another stoppage. They've really got the clamps on Rowville. not letting Doncaster East breathe for a second in these stoppages. Brolick to Rowville, got the handball out to Stapleton. He had a man out there, and it's just gone over the line, I believe. That might be a free kick to Rowville off the ball.
That's silly.
That was very silly, and it's Matt Davey to take the free kick.
Yeah, it's silly, but it's also weak.
Yeah, I know.
As the kick goes across the face there, Coughlin takes the mark. Give them all day if you're going to pay those.
I bet you don't pay the next one.
Verrill, man by himself, and a good spoil that time there by Drayton to keep the ball alive. So Doncaster East is keeping it in that forward pocket. Drayton tried to keep it there as well. He did well, Jack, and over the boundary line she goes. So it's the right forward pocket for Doncaster East.
They just need a goal here, Doncaster East, just to steady the nerves and feel like that they're going to get back into the contest. They can't afford to let Rowville get another goal here.
Yeah, spot on, Brush. They need a spark to come from somewhere. Appleby on hands and knees got the handball away, got the tackle away. Quick kick was smothered that time there by O'Brien, but he gained 5 or so metres. Another boundary throw in. Jack Shalak is handing the ball back to the umpire. Sense he's a little bit frustrated at the moment.
Was that his first stat?
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying your own jokes, Ray.
I
Come over the back here. Saravolo got it to DeLuca, got the quick handball out just in the nick of time. Brolick was in there. He got the handball away, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Doncaster East. So here's their first opportunity.
Yeah, no, that was fair enough. There was a bit of chest on there.
So Steph Paparonis of the first genuine shot on goal, and tell you what, he's actually had a good first term for Doncaster East. He's got quite a few number of touches in the back half.
And his team needs him to kick a goal here and now.
It was a late inclusion today. Brother of Giorgio. He'll have to put his best to put this one through. As he comes in now, he's pushed it way, way right. And
he's missed a
out
lot.
of bounds on the full it goes. So just can't buy a score at the moment. The Lions, 23 gone in this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's 4-4-28. Doncaster East yet to score, Jared.
Liam Coughlin with the kick in there from the out on the full. Finds Martini, in fact. Got the wrong East Burwood, man. Of course, Martini, former East Burwood.
Tell you what, they're missing him.
And indeed.
Bet you they're sorry that he left.
So,
Spider's still crying.
Run of hands down the wing. And it's found Lockman, I believe.
Yep.
High ball inside forward 50. Duncan went for it. Couldn't quite handle it. Wind. He's going to claim the mark, and he's taken it. Gee, the umpire was a little generous there, I think. I really thought Mitch Duncan got some hands to it. Not so.
I think Lockie Wine's got 3 hands because he had 2 down when one of those touches.
2, 3.
Oh, you can't. That is just ridiculous.
You can't play that. That's play on.
It came off the hands. I think the main one was his own teammate there.
Talk about licorice, all sorts.
Well, when things are going against you, they're going against you, aren't they? You know, that I agree with you. Should have been play on.
To extend the lead to 34 points, Lockie Wine comes in, and it's straight. He's got it. High fives all round. And Rowville advanced forward. Second for the day for Lockie Wine. 5th for Rowville. 24 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
What does Ryan James have to do a quarter time, Ray, to get Donny East back into the contest? They've got to get their hands on the ball.
Well, I think for a start, he's got to give them the biggest rev up they have because, look, their midfield, as you said before, apart from the big the ruckman there, the rest haven't done anything.
Well, he's put it on his senior players, and it looks like his senior players haven't done anything or responded yet.
Well, here's another chance for Martini on the left boot. Kicks it out across the half-forward line. If he's playing front, it's going to fall your way more often than not as Edwards swings around on the right boot. The kick was a scrambly one. Pye's going to come in and bounce this one across the half-forward line here. Tay Dooman brought to ground. Quick restart here. Wen goes up in the ruck. Got his arm held. Did he? No. It's going against him. Showermakers.
Gee, I thought it might have gone the other way.
Looked the other way on the screen, but the umpire's certainly closer. Nick Showermakers going to back himself in here, the big fella.
Yeah.
The beautiful kick of the football.
He's a real stalwart, Nick Showermakers. I tell you what, he's had some horrific injuries during his footy career, but he still keeps coming back, and he still plays a valuable contribution for Rowville Footy Club.
Kick outside the arc. Not a breath of wind out here. He's got to give it everything he's got. He's pushed it right. That's where it'll stay unless it's doesn't have the distance. A free kick is being paid in the goal square, and another free kick to Rowville. Geez, they've given away some free kicks, Doncaster East, in this first term, and I tell you what, a few of them have gone the way of Lockie Wind. He's been the recipient of a number of them. He's kicked one of his goals from that.
Gee, I reckon I might have let that one go. I didn't think there was...
The umpire was in the right position.
I know he's in the right position, but I think there was a little bit of give and take in that one. I'm not saying it's right.
Swing around now on the left boot. He makes no mistake. That's 3 goals in the opening term to the big forward, Lachlan Wind. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's grim. I don't want to say it.
Well, Jared Beanland called this. Maybe Lockie Wind will get his 6 today, mate.
Yeah, well, he's already achieved 50% of the goals, Jared.
In 1 quarter.
You called it early, Jared.
Oh, dear.
6-4-40 plays no score.
Maybe we should get you a job as an oracle.
Well, we don't know if that's not me.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
A couple of scores around the grounds, of course, from Premier Division. This isn't the only game happening today. Blackburn 4-4-28 are up against Noble Park 2-3-15. And we've got Balwyn 4-3-27 against South Croydon 3-4-22. More scores from around the grounds coming your way as we
progress through
the afternoon. Exactly. And progressing indeed was for a second Appleby. But it looks like another free kick's been given the way of Rowville. It's gone the way of Cal Verrill. Does a full 360 looking for options. Hitting up, Wood was one option, but it was Edwards to take it instead. Jake Edwards. One of the ins for today for Rowville. Holds it. Defensive side of the wing for the Hawks. And he's going to kick it to a pack of players. Probably safe there. No mark taken in the end by Biddle. And it's wrapped up. Teravolo was the man holding it as he was tackled. Another tackle for Rowville, of course. Wen taps it down. And a little bit of clumsiness there by Stapleton.
Quarter time score, East Burwood, no goals, no behinds, no points. Heathmont 2-5-17.
That would be a surprise if that continues.
Thanks, Brash. Good spot down there, the guy sitting under that dome gazebo in the forward pocket.
Just on quarter time, Domvale 8-3, already halfway to their 100 point mark this afternoon. Sylvan one behind.
Yeah, we've got the very much the newsreader feel about you reading out those scores, Brash, as the mark's been taken in defence by Doncaster East. The kick goes down the wing, looking for the Wen direction. He's got his fly over the back there. O'Brien couldn't quite pull it down. Scrambly kick goes straight through the arms there of Coughlin. Doncaster East might get a let off here, but it went through the arms of Appleby. They're still trying to work their way forward. Right in front of us here on the broadcast, just getting a kick away in the nick of time. Advantage paid for holding the ball decision, which wasn't really an advantage, as the kick was marked by Matt Traynor inside the defensive arc. There's a little bit of argy-bargy going on, a little bit of feeling, and there's a bit of frustration, no doubt, coming out of the Doncaster East side, because at quarter time, they trail by a very big margin. It is a 40-point lead to Rowville, 6-4-40 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to no score, no siree, Bob, no nothing, zilch, nada. 3 goals to Lachlan Wind. He is the major goal kicker on the ground. Singles to Jai Coleklaus and Mav Taylor, and of course Nash Wood. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio East, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. This is one game. There's plenty more as you go local for your footy this afternoon. We'll bring you all those important around the ground scores and talk about what happened in that first term right after this.
And her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Zerbes Reserve this afternoon. It's Premier Division football in the Eastern Football Netball League, and it's Doncaster East taking on the Rowville Football Club, last year's premiers, of course. Ben Warren-Smith, Jared Beanland, Ray Baird, Wayne Brasher, Paul Yacconi, Josh Ward and Blake Tennant on the broadcast this afternoon. It was a monstrous quarter by Rowville. They really flexed their muscles, didn't they? And they have a powering lead here at quarter time by 40 points. Doncaster East not even hitting the scoreboard in that first term, Wayne Brasher.
No BWS, and I think the very thing that Doncaster East needed was a response from their senior players, which is what Ryan James was demanding from his group this afternoon. So far, that response hasn't been forthcoming, but to be honest with you, Rowville haven't allowed Doncaster East any space. Every time they've touched the ball, Doncaster East, Rowville have been all over them. They've just got no space, no time, unable to hit a target, Ray.
You're dead right there, Brass. But there's two players that really disappoint me. They're very experienced players, and that's Phelan and Bell. They have done absolutely nothing so far. Now, for Donny East to get back into the game, those two guys have got to come into it. You can't blame Tim O'Brien because he was just left standing up there on the forward line. So we'll just see what happens. Maybe going downhill they can get the ball down to O'Brien, but their midfield has certainly got a lift.
The only line that you can't blame for Doncaster East is the full forward line.
Exactly right.
Because the ball hasn't been down there for him to have any impact whatsoever.
Rowville have been playing in front. They're just in front of their man at every single contest.
Yeah. I get that though, but the thing is, Rowville also have also been on the benefit of some poor decision making from Doncaster East back six in a way of disposal as well. BWS.
Yeah, they're really trying. They look confused trying to get it out of that back half.
They do, because they're under so much pressure.
Yeah. Ray, you look like you've got something to share with everybody.
No, Blake Tennant's just put on our app that Ryan James has just given him a huge spray, very animated.
Well, see if Blake can actually try and get Ryan James for
a No, you can't do that.
I think we had another quarter time score. I think it was Mulgrave 3-1. Sorry, 5-2 to 6 points against Ringwood.
Let's cross down to Blake.
Yes, I've got Ryan James here. Brian, disappointing quarter. in pre-game you said about your senior players. You feel like they're just slowing a bit down in that midfield?
Oh, I think Rowville are definitely on top of the midfield. I think more of the issue for us was when we got a hold of the ball, we just were probably all out of shape ahead of the ball, which probably amplified the issues on our backs a little bit.
Just a bit annoyed there, just the way maybe the back six sharing the load and the forwards aren't just presenting the way you just want them to go about their business.
Yeah, I just think our forwards have been way too deep and probably looking for perfect ball a bit and not understanding the game. So, we've addressed it and hopefully we can sort it out a little bit.
All the best for the quarter, mate.
Good work there, Blake Tennant. Never be too shy and go and speak to a coach who's had a tough quarter, because they've certainly be wanting to turn it around. And great work there by Ryan James, who no doubt be very frustrated man to have a chat there.
But BWS, we go back a long way. We would never have gone to a coach after they had a quarter like that, because we would have got the spray ourselves. Coaches are mellowed, mate, over the years.
Everyone likes to say hello to you at the start of the game, and then no one wants to talk to you at the end of the game, right? But Doncaster East really need to lift here. Let's cross down to Josh Ward, who was at the huddle with Ben Wise. What did they have to say down at the Hawks?
Well, the first words that Ben Wise said, what a quarter of footy. He was really impressed by some particular players, particularly Matt Traynor and Mav Taylor as well, and the midfield as well. Just wants them to keep up their work on the inside and and hopes that translates to working hard on the outside.
Good to hear Matt Traynor getting a bit of a rev up there, or not a rev up, sorry, a bit of a build up by the coach. It's his first senior game for the year, I believe, Ray?
Yeah, I noticed Tom Bell's on this wing. He must play the whole game out on this wing, because he was on this wing in the last quarter. Rowville wingers have swapped over.
Here's the start of the second term. Jared Beelan to take us away.
Let's see if Wen can get anything going for Doncaster East. Not this time, as Rowville get the clearance. Good intercept mark taken down the line, though. Paparonis, indeed, I believe. Setting himself there was struck heavily by Johnson. That's got to be a free kick. Pushing the back, says the umpire.
Gee, that's courage for you, going back. He knew he was going to get crunched.
Mitchie struck.
It wasn't a push, though.
No.
Yeah, it was, I think, an incorrect call, but as we continue with the play here, Shalakis was able to create some space for himself, get the kick down. It's all Rowville, though. At the fall of the ball, that was Tricula, tackled immediately, and dangerous tackles. So free kick going the way of Donny East this time. Tricula gets up, he's limping a little bit.
I'm happy that tackle. I'm happy that the umpires are still not rewarding that tackle. That was a dangerous tackle there, really.
Christian Tricula looking for options down the line.
He's been in and out most of the season, Tricula, with injury and form, so he needs to find something this afternoon.
And at the moment, he's needing to find a target. As the umpire, it was time off.
Well, it hasn't been forthcoming yet, has it, Jared?
Well, we'll see what he finds for himself down the line. Good punch away, and a free kick given away, though.
Over the shoulder.
And it was over the shoulder, given away there by Cooper Stainthorpe.
Geez, they're whistle happy today.
Yeah, I think sometimes, what do you think they might be, the umpires, because they're new and young, BWs, they might be trying too hard?
I don't know, but there's a lot of free kicks being played in this game. Let the game flow. It's Premier Division.
Tim O'Brien, of course, former AFL player, a familiar name to the ears of many listeners, I'm sure, lines up for the first goal for the Lions today. It's gone right, however, drifted across, punched over. One behind. First score for Donny East. They are one behind to 6-4, 42 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant, what have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, just got an injury update. Being quiet as well, trains right next to me, but Jai Kalkoff, I think that's how you pronounce it. He's just coming off with a corky complaint, so there you go.
Good stuff there, Whispers, as the kick goes back into play here. Getting over the top of it there was Wen, paddled it to his advantage. Trying to get the kick forward, inside forward 50 that time. Doncaster East, they're going to work a series of handballs here. Shalakis on the left boot. Can he spark Doncaster East? Shalakis, he can't. He pushed it to the left-hand side. That would have been just what the doctor ordered, Ray Bear, but to no avail. Two behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 2.5 in, trailing by 38.
Back into play for Rowville. The obvious option was Clark in the pocket. Had a good year so far, Josh Clark. High ball to Sean Makers, but he had two to beat. It came to ground and he roved the ball, got a very slick handball away, but the kick wasn't as slick. It beat Ryan. Flakemore nearly copped a heavy one there, but over the top there was Taylor. Hands it off to Cole Clow, and he was swallowed up immediately in the Wen tackle, holding the ball, and Michael Wen. Good to see him be able to catch it. Oh dear, nearly a run-down tackle there as Donny East try and figure it out. They are messing around with it. Rowville pressure enormous. Colcloud goes hard. Stacks on the arc for Rowville, and the umpire has called a free kick to Rowville.
Holding the ball.
It's holding the ball. Stapleton, Stapleton to take the free kick here.
I didn't think that Doncaster East player had much opportunity there to get rid of that ball. I might have gone with a ball up there. Just my thought on that.
It's not so much that they're mucking around with it, Donny East. It's just that pressure is still there in this quarter that Rowville applied in the first quarter.
Lockie Stapleton seems intent on kicking this one for himself, but it's going to go to the top of the goal square. No, it's drifted left, and it'll stay left. One behind for Rowville. Donny East to bring it back in.
Going to waste no time either. Kick by Ryan goes all the way out towards the direction of Hugh Johnson, who takes the mark.
He needs to lift Johnson. He's hardly touched the ball.
Little slow. I'll move the ball on here. The risky kick. He's just coughed it up. He's kicked it straight across the face of goal and kicked it into the direction of Lachlan Wine, who for the second time, he got 2 goals from free kicks. This will be the second gift that he's been given. Chops it off, takes the easiest of marks.
And Jared Beeland's got a huge smile on his face. He's getting closer to the number 6. You would expect him to kick this. He's such a beautiful kick if he gets onto it.
They're coach killers, those kicks, aren't they?
Absolutely they are, and there's absolutely, without a doubt, this will go straight through. He doesn't miss these ones. He's going to kick from 40. He's directly in front, and he makes no mistake. Got his kicking boot on today, there's no doubt about that. Lachlan Wine, that's 4 goals to him now. Playing a great game up forward for the Hawks, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 7-4-46. 44-point lead. Doncaster East still haven't kicked a major. We're 5.5 into the second term, 2 behinds they are.
Every time Doncaster East have gone backwards into their back 50, Ray, they've turned the ball over.
Yeah, they have. I mean, you can't. And if you're going to turn the ball over, you don't kick it into the corridor and turn it over to the full forward of the other side.
Ryan James would be forgiven for being furious right now. Lockie Wine goes the fly. Wen stayed lower, but was wrapped up.
Well, this guy is trying his heart out in the middle, big win.
Former Norseman, of course. Schoenmakers gets the tap down. Wen roved it, got it to DeLuca, now to Appleby, out to Phelan. Haven't seen him much, which is surprising. Spearing ball forward, and that's the deftness that the experience of Chris Phelan can elicit.
Have a shot.
And it's come to Timmy O'Brien. He has done just that. He's had a shot. Doncaster East get there first.
Hooray. Sorry, but hooray.
Top of the square, there's a bit of argy-bargy going on.
Indeed there is. There is feeling in this match, and you would think that the Lions' frustration should be directed perhaps more toward the ball.
Well, they need a spark. They've got to find something from within here, Doncaster East, at the moment. They just can't afford to let the game just go the way it is. They've got to find something.
Well, finally Phelan gets into the game, and we know the type of skill he has, and of course, set that goal up. So in the middle, can they get it out of the middle this time? McDonald, though, for the Hawks, paddled it to his advantage. In there was Whitling, game 150 today, on hands and knees, tries to get up and get on with it. Couldn't get anywhere. Papadopoulos was there for support, but it'll be a ball up. Anthony Brolick laying the tackle there for Rowville. Still in the centre square, just favouring the Doncaster East end. Wen got the knockdown, Shalakas trapped it. Nearly copped one high, but the umpire wrapped himself and will ball it up again. Picturesque scenes out here at Zerbes Reserve. Get down here. I want to see a big Doncaster East comeback in the second half. There might be advantage paid here for Rowville, but it probably should have been. But the umpire said no, and he's going to say, "Showmakers,
back over
if I haven't told you twice, I'll tell you 3 times. Go back over the man on the mark, Nick."
Kick it. Don't have
the big man will no doubt roost it. Of course he doesn't, as I said it. Short passes on. So now they'll just again chip it away, getting underneath it. Nicely done there. Ryan worked his opponent out of it nicely. Kicks it up towards the O'Brien direction, who stands strong. Good jukes. So Timmy O'Brien, who just kicked the first goal for Doncaster East, will go back and look to put 2 in a row on the board for the Lions, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of play happening, a little bit of run on for the Lions.
And that's what happens when you're able to isolate a one-on-one, a quality forward will always be able to isolate and take a very, very good mark.
A good mark deserves a big goal, and he does that. Just that, makes no mistake. 2 in a row for the Lions. And here, listen to the crowd get into them.
Boundary.
So all of a sudden, there's a bit of spark about the place at Doncaster East, and they, on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, hit 2-2-14, still trailing by a decent margin, just over 5 goals. Let's go to Blake 10 at boundary side.
It's Josh Ford here.
Sorry, Josh.
That's all good, BWS. But, well, you mentioned the word spark before, and you were talking about Doncaster East needed a spark before Brashwell. Look no further than the former AFL man, Tim O'Brien.
That was all caused by a very lackadaisical kick there by Brolick, trying to pinpoint a pass that didn't happen.
Yeah.
That wasn't really on, Ray.
And even Showermakers in the middle. Kick it into your forward line. Don't short pass out onto the wing.
We're back into the middle, and we have a secondary stoppage. Donny's just trying to even out those clearance wins that Rowville have had. That was a high tackle, and it's Colclough to take the advantage, given by no free kick given. And it's a scrap at centre half forward for Rowville. We'll have another stoppage. Tackle there laid by Jake Edwards.
No, that was Biddle.
Biddle, no mistake. So roving it there was Stapleton, in fact. Got it off to Brolick. His was a lateral kick, and it was a canny one too, because Flakemore was presenting into the space.
Great vision by Brolick.
That was class.
He was under pressure. He just was cool as a cucumber.
Curtis Flakemore doesn't miss many goals. He's very accurate, quick.
Indeed.
Expect him to go close here.
Kicked 4 goals last week in his first game of the season. That was against Blackburn. And can he kick one here? Oh, he's kicked it straight, and he's kicked it true. Curtis Flakemore gets his first for the day, and the lead is extended once more.
That's an answer that Rowville had to come back with. You know, they got 2 goals here to O'Brien Donahue, so Rowville had to get that one to just peg them back again.
Got some quick scores in a Division 1 clash between Wanturna South and Murrelbach. Wanturna South are up 6-1 to the Mustangs 4-2. That's 37-26.
I'm 11 points off a draw.
Ball back in the middle here. Good answer there by Rowville. That's what good sides do. A beautiful kick off the boot there, Curtis Flakemore. Ball back in the middle, Johnson. Fresh air shot, then stole it out. Got a quick kick on the left boot up towards the half-forward line. Which way's this one a bounce? Here's Sezzy boy. Ceravolo copped one over the shoulder. The umpire's come in late and seen that one. Unnecessary as well, because it happened after the ball had gone over the boundary line. So Aaron Ceravolo.
Yeah, a bit of overzealousness there by the Rowville football.
Premiership player at Doncaster East, of course. Wearing the helmet. Kicks the ball into the hot spot. Right from 25 metres out from goal. Who's going to run onto it? Left foot snap. Beautiful. Trakulia on the left boot. So there's 3 goals in 5 minutes to Doncaster East, and there's certainly a bit of spark about the boys now. They all get around him too. A perfect front and centre goal. Rove magnificently, and he kicks his first. Doncaster East have 3 now. Clawing back the lead. It's a 33-point lead to the Hawks, Ray.
Yeah, they'll come back into it, without a doubt, Donahue's. But Rowville will answer. They'll answer, mate. You realise Donahue's are kicking to the scoring end at this point of the game.
Let's go to Paul in the stat centre.
The inside 50s in this second quarter are 6-3 the way of Donny East.
So turning the tide here are the Lions. Johnson into the ruck. And it's taken by Lockman, but there was a free kick, and it's gone to Lockman for a block. So he winds up. He's going to send it direct, but a floater inside forward 50. Duman presents well. Took it out. Didn't quite take the mark. Phelan was there. Hands it off to the outer side. Tackles laid over the boundary line. Phelan scrapping for it. Won the ball as well. Scrubby kick down the line over the boundary line. 12.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Lead is 33 in the favour of Rowville. A whistle's gone. And there's some conferring down on the boundary line. Let's go to the boundary line with Blake Tennant to clear this up.
Yeah, the umpires were just questioning about the coaches being outside of the coaches box. Remember, you got to stay in the coaches box due to the boundary umpires roaming around.
Well, don't say it too loud, they'll hear you.
So a secondary stoppage there. Wen gets the tap down, but it was sharked by Rowville. Quick kick out of there. No mark taken down the line. Haswell's there. Dooman wraps up his opponent there. Another ball up. Wen coming over the top with Schoenmakers. Good punch. Roved though by Donny East, and they'll get the clearance. O'Brien against Stainthorpe. Stainthorpe won the day that time. Got it out to a teammate. And it's an absolute scrap there. Traculia was there, but O'Brien was the one to lay the tackle on Stainthorpe this time. Ball up.
One thing Doncaster East have been able to do in this second quarter, they've been able to win some 50-50 contests just to give themselves some forward 50 opportunities.
Up goes Wen. Just takes it out of the ruck this time.
Well
was
done.
tackled. Got it to a man on the outer side. Kick down the line. No mark taken. And Donny East kick it to a 2-on-2 situation. Oh, Tracula tackled. Couldn't quite get rid of it in time. Holding the ball. So Rowville to take the kick from the goal square.
Let's play on, because I actually reckon...
He got boot to ball.
That's right. I agree. He got boot to ball. How can he be holding the ball when he got boot to ball?
Beggars belief sometimes, but anyway, alas, we move on. And the big kick up towards the half-back line, a big fly over the back. A lot of players around this football. Nice handball out by Lockman. Rowville using the wing position out in front. Jai Colcloud kicked a goal in this first term. Got the quick handball away, and they're moving along nicely here. Rowville up towards centre half forward. Bouncing football. The kick just couldn't quite hit the target, giving away an unnecessary free kick. Doncaster East, so the play on is the call, and it might be a downfield free kick, or a free kick against Rowville for a push. And it's going to go the way of Doncaster East, so a free kick against Jake Edwards, who gave a push across the centre half back line. So
he did, but it was in retaliation to his Donny East opponent pulling him by the leg while he was on the ground. So I think the free kick perhaps was missed for Donny.
Well, you know the retaliator always gets caught.
Exactly.
As well. Nicely done. Mark was taken by Wen. He almost wanted to play on. The umpire does call him that now. Going to have to kick it quickly. Inside forward 50 he goes. The big fly there by O'Brien. Little handball away. Here's DeLuca. He's got some class. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. And Doncaster East have hit the scoreboard again. Another goal. They get 4 goals, 2-26 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And Rowville 8-5-53.
Is that DeLuca?
Fantastic. No, DeLuca got the handball away.
Yeah,
It was running through. I can't quite see. Boundary riders, any time now.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it might have been Joel Papadopoulos.
Yeah,
with that
Joel
goal.
Papadopoulos it was who kicked the goal. We'll appreciate a chop out 10 seconds earlier in the future. That would be nice as he kicks his first. 4 on the board now for Doncaster East.
Sorry, I thought the replay would be able to show.
You can stuff your sorries in a sack, Josh Ward. It doesn't matter, mate. It's all good. Back in the middle, Jared Beanland.
Showermakers gets the tap down there. McDonald tackled.
Just having a
Another
laugh.
stoppage. Up we go again. Wen versus Showermakers. Showermakers gets the punch. Swung round there was Donny East, but he got the handball away to DeLuca. He found space. Got the kick forward. Tracula is down there. He's looking lively. Kick off the ground towards the goal line, fighting for it. Oh, not able to win it there was Hugh Johnson. And over the line it goes. Kick in for Rowville. This is Liam Coughlin. So that moves the score to 4-3, 27 to 8-5, 53 lead. We're 17 minutes gone in the second quarter. Thank you for joining us on the Eastland match of the round from Zerbes Reserve.
Do you reckon the sun's playing a bit of a part for the sides that are kicking up the hill?
That might actually be the case. He definitely was indecisive there, was Coughlin. Got the kick away eventually.
Well, they definitely are playing that far wing, especially because there's just a bit shade there.
And there was a free man out there. I'm surprised that there was some space for him to run into. So Rowville got the mark down the line. Bit of indecision for Rowville. Donny East seemed to be setting up defensively pretty well at the moment. Punch down there by Lockman at the full of the ball. Kick
Nice.
just completely out of the air. And it's going to find a 2-on-2 situation. Flakemore punches it Rowville's way in the way of wind. Handball.
Beautiful.
Good link-up play there. Flakemore's going to fight for it in the pocket. He was with Duman for company, and over the line it goes.
Nice bit of soccer work there off the ground by Brolick.
It was Brolick, was it? That's impressive.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Lachlan Wine, that turn of speed, who'd be out in front and that quick handball away, very agile, the big man.
DeLuca roved the wind tap, got it to Whitling. He dropped the ball. Wood will pounce on it, but Whitling pounced on him. Heavy tackle. Not rewarded. Just the ball up.
Didn't you like that, Ray?
No, well, it was as much a yellow card as the one against Rowville.
So Wine nearly tapped it down. Stapleton laid the tackle, ended up with that's Edwards with the ball. Taken down.
Well, I will say this, both sides are really tackling with great vigour.
Indeed. Well, there's the aggression, the frustration from both teams, directed in a way that is actually constructive, rather than taking it out on each other where there's no ball in play. Another stoppage here, and we're about 40 metres away from the Rowville goal. Bit of an angle. Wen just takes it out of the ruck once more. Tackled by Colclough. Good handle off there to Stapleton. Not exactly the kick he wanted. That's Jai Colclough. They're working in a phone box here, and Donny East have really upped their pressure. Rowville have not been able to find the handballs that they need to get into space. It's a dangerous part of the ground too. Goals could eventuate from here if Rowville do find that space. Appleby just trying to track it at ground level. Able to pick it up. Was composed enough to get a kick down the line. The kick over the head of Papadopoulos. And over toward the boundary line there. On the outer wing. Sun playing a factor for all involved. (4-3-27). Doncaster East, Rowville 8-5-53 on the Bannigo Bank scoreboard. We're heading into time on. Schoenmakers just about got the tap down. Good tackle laid. I think that was Trainer. But no, it's given away a free kick. So Doncaster East.
And the other reason why Doncaster East is slowly getting back into the contest is because they're getting in first at the ball.
Scarlett found a teammate, I believe in Drayton. He's going to kick it down the line to the pack. Stemming out was Tom Bell. Couldn't take the mark. Now Phelan just drops it over the line from the handball given away to him by... There was a number 30 out there. I've not got him on my team sheet. Let's go to the boundary line.
I think that might be Lachlan O'Connell. He was listed as an emergency and was number 30.
Thank you very much, Josh.
Ball comes back into play. Handball out wide and then trapped back in. High tackle's been paid. Free kick to Rowville. Schoenmakers picks himself up. Happy to take his time with it too, Nick. A little bit indecisive. Quick scores around the ground.
Indeed. We've got Mulgrave 63 beating Ringwood 32. That's a surprising one. That's our half-time score.
Scrambling a kick up towards half forward. If you're going to play in front, those kicks sort of fall in your lap as Edwards takes it, swings around now on the right boot, kicks it towards the Wine direction. Who just stands strong. He's on fire, the big man. He's kicked 4 goals already in this first half, and he'll go back and put through what will be a damaging one as we hit the 21.5-minute mark of this second term.
You just can't afford to give him 2 yards, Wine, because he's too big and strong. Too big and strong.
Where's Simon White when you need him?
They are certainly missing his leadership off that half-back line this afternoon.
Wind. The way he's been kicking today, you'd almost just mark this one down, wouldn't you? He comes in now and he makes no mistake. Gun barrel straight, 5 goals on the board to Lachlan Wine to the Rowville Football Club. And they extend their lead once again. Just when you feel like Doncaster East are slowly getting themselves nicely back into this game, they've got the answers, and that's what Premiership Tides do. And that's what Rowville are. 9-5-59 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-2-26, Ray Baird.
Yeah, no, Rowville, they needed... Look, they're answering every goal that Doncaster East are getting later in this quarter. Early in the quarter, Doncaster East got a couple in on the go, but no, it's a good game of football.
4 goals to 3 for Doncaster East in this quarter, so at least they're winning the quarter on the scoreboard.
Will they be able to carry that momentum through half-time into the second half of the game? We shall see. Hugh Johnson's going to rove his own tap, just overran it, however. Fresh airy shot, though, by McDonald. Yet another scrap at ground level. Ball not coming out just yet. Stapleton was able to get a handball away. Smothered. Oh, scooped up, though, once again by Stapleton. Got the kick down the line. Oh, what a diving mark by Wind.
That's a great mark.
That is a fantastic mark.
Particularly by a big man like Lockie Wind.
He could have nearly concussed himself if his head had hit the ground then.
So he's in just about the same position as he kicked the last one.
Fantastic.
So you'd give him the benefit of any doubt.
Gee, he's not going to put it this way. The way he's kicking, he's not going to miss here.
This would be for goal number 6, a replication of a day out he had against Doncaster East last year.
I don't think they've got a match-up for him, Donny East, Ray.
No. Goal 18 for the season. If he slots it, he's playing with confidence. Just missed it. And it was a close one, though. So Rowville moved to 9-6-60. Donny East 4-3-27. 23 and a half minutes gone on the Bedigo Bank scoreboard. Ben Warren Smith to take us away.
Tate Dooman to bring the ball back in. Still time for Doncaster East to get another one. Whitling out in front, takes it on the check. Aim 150 today. Shaky. Great play for Doncaster East, premiership player, of course. Kicks it up towards the direction of Bell, who just got out of position at the crucial time.
Ooh.
Non-officiating umpires decided that he saw something higher than the umpire 5 metres away did not. And he has paid a free kick. We can go the way of Callum Verrill. Verrill's been relatively quiet today for Rowville so far. Little chip over the top there. McDonald takes it and he takes off too on the right boot. You may as well kick it into the direction of Wind, wouldn't you? As the ball goes over the back, he keeps the ball alive somehow, does he? No. Bio was there. It almost looked like it did stay in, but maybe she goes for a boundary throw in, 30 metres out.
Brash, another great game by Lockie McDonald.
Yeah,
he performs week in, week out.
Yeah, he's very consistent, Ray.
Wind had the front spot. The only thing missing from his repertoire is stealing one out of it and kicking it. There's an up and under kick, goes out towards the direction of Brolick, who had one arm being held. I saw that one, and that was certainly there. Jake Whitling held the arm of him, so Brolick will go back and have a shot. He'll kick from just on the arc.
See, I reckon some of those those type of free kicks are real ticky touch. You have to let them. I reckon you got to let them go.
Brash, that he was held on his arm. That one was obvious. Maybe some of the others, but that one.
Brolick gets pretty close to the man on the mark, so he made it difficult for himself. So it goes to the top of the square. Wide. You let Beauty. This guy's on fire. What a sensational mark. The last time it was down at ground level. This time it's up and about, standing over it. And he's certainly going to put through his 6th goal. Now he's unstoppable at the moment.
Do we have a mark of the day?
Yeah, mark of the day.
Oh, well, give it to him at the moment.
Ringwood Mez. Ringwood Mez, the mark of the day, Bresh.
Okay, well, put it this way.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard pressed to beat that.
So Lachlan Wind, he's got 5. He comes in now. This is bread and butter. It's 20 metres out. He just kicked the goal already, and he does. And you can hear Ray Baird's brethren in the background getting around that one. No, Rowville fans are up and about. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, let me finish, old man. 10-6-66 to 4-2-26. It's a 40-point margin.
Yeah, no, I'm going to Jared Beeman, mate. You picked him for kick 6 last week. What's he going to kick today?
Well, he's on track for 12, but I think he might slow down a little bit. They might be able to figure out.
You reckon you get another 2 or 3?
I reckon I've got him down for 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the way like I said, Doncaster East do not have a genuine matchup that can go with him at the moment, and it's going to make it extremely hard. He's basically got the game on his terms now.
It's troubling, but the chain of handballs out of the centre there got cut off by Johnson. So Doncaster East to try and recover and salvage something from this this time on period of the quarter, but no. Free kick given to Rowville. High ball inside forward 50. He's kicked it straight down the throat of Duman, but Hayes spoiled his teammate and had to lay the tackle. That is poor communication in the back line for Donny East.
This is an opportunity for the other Rowville forwards, because Donny East now are very wine conscious, so there must be, the smaller forwards can come into play.
Bell trying to juggle it out of the contest. He's under a lot of pressure. Brolick had an option for the handball backward. He was upended. Oh, huge tackle laid there by Paparonis.
Oh my God.
It's gone against poor Steph Paparonis.
You absolutely cannot pay that a free kick. I'm
It's
sorry.
It's almost like something that your love and kisses is going to give you. Fair dinkum. That was a way. It was like a hug.
So
Half time. South Belgrave 8-5-53. Bayswater 2-5-17.
As we approach halftime in this match, it's Lockie Stapleton. It would be a well-earned goal. He's had a great game so far, but he's just pushed it left, and a let-off for Donny East as Rowville moved to 10-7, 67 to 4-3-27. Halftime siren has gone, and we're here at Zerbes Reserve with BWS to give us the major goal kickers, and there's one that I can see who's leading them all.
Well, it's certainly at half-time out here. It's 10-7, 67 to 4-2-26. So it's a 41-point lead to the Rowville Football Club. What a game they're playing. I tell you what, it's the Lachlan Wine Show. He has 6 majors and pulled in a couple of ripping marks as well. They all over at the Hawks, there's no doubt about that. Singles to Colclough, Flakemore, Taylor and Wood, whilst for Doncaster East, Tim O'Brien kicked 2 goals in that, and Trikulja and Adopoulos got singles as well. If you're enjoying the broadcast, 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Half-time out here at Zerbes, half-time right across the east as you go local for your football, and we'll bring you all those important around-the-ground scores and more right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Rowville versus Doncaster East out here at Zerbes Reserve, and it is half-time here. 4-2-26 lines, 10-7-67 the Hawks, so a very handy 41-point lead. Actually, I believe it's 4-3-27 looking at the scoreboard at Zerbes Reserve, so still 40 points, and that's exactly where we were at half-time, at quarter-time, with a 40-point to zip first quarter, Josh, and that was probably... Look, I think that second quarter was much more interesting because Doncaster East started to win a bit more of the footy. They were able to get a few more clearances. They looked a little more dangerous when they did go forward and had a few more opportunities. But the fact is, you cannot give a 7-goal first quarter or 6-goal first quarter up and expect to be in a contest.
Yeah, definitely not. That first quarter was a masterclass. We saw that when Rowville played Vermont a couple of weeks ago. They didn't kick straight that day, but this time around they've just been able to take advantage of most of their chances, and it's been led by one man, and that's Lockie Wynd, who he's looking like a player that shouldn't be playing at this level. Like he's just clunking marks left, right, and centre, and kicking goals from pretty tough angles, and just absolutely dominating that Doncaster East defence.
Yeah, you're certainly right. He looks on track for a bag of 10, but as always, they get to about half time and then suddenly they slow down. So we'll see how that plays out in the second half. But look, it's one of those things. I thought that their second quarter was pretty strong. I mean, all square in that second term. It's just the fact that you give up that sort of lead early. It's very hard to peg back, and even in that sort of the second half of that second quarter, they just don't have a matchup for Wynd, and he just started to get back off the chain again, and they're relying on their midfield to just stop those sort of forward 50 entries because it's really hurting them at the moment. They did even that up a little bit more in that second quarter, and some of those experienced guys that Ryan James talked about at the start of the day got a little bit more involved, but they're still a long way back. Yeah, they're still a fair way back, and you're not wrong about those midfielders like Josh DeLuca. And when they were on top, he was starting to get on top in the midfield. Michael Wen, who fought really hard in that first quarter. I thought so too.
Yeah, and he was still terrific during that passage of play. Those midfielders started to step up, but yeah, it's still a fair way to come back from, and they're going to really need to be at that AFL level in this second half. They do, and I thought the effort's there. Yeah, you can't discredit the effort, especially in that second quarter. I thought they are trying, but it is a younger side, and you look at some of the outs that they don't have playing out there. They do make a bit of a difference, not a 40-0 first quarter difference, which would have been really disappointing. But it's the same story as last week. I don't think they kicked a goal against Baldwin in the first quarter. After that, it was not that much of a difference, and it could be the sort of trend of today. They might play pretty competitive for the next 2 quarters and still lose by that 6 to 7 goal margin, and that's just back off a very poor first quarter. Yeah, and I think that's been the case for most of the season. Like against East Ringwood, obviously, that was 4 quarters where they were just absolutely dominated. But I think it was just 1 quarter periods where, given their young legs, they were either being run over the top by sides or just weren't conceding any advantage, or just just conceding those fast starts. So obviously you'd expect that, but they do have a bit of work to do, and I think it could be a similar story here. Yes, absolutely, and certainly in that second quarter, you did obviously see a few more of those players step up, and so I've got money on the next race at Randwick at the moment. That's on the big screen happening at the moment. Let's go around the grounds in a second. I believe you've got some scores from Premier Division, some pretty big margins across the board. I think there's only 1 close game potentially. Yeah, well, that really is the South Croydon Baldwin game. It's Baldwin leading by 25 points, 65 to 40. But otherwise, Noble Park, they trail Blackburn 22 to 68. So their woes continue. Vermont leads 79 to 15. They kicked 13 goals, 1 in that so far. Have Vermont out there at Edwin Flack Reserve. Norwood only trailed by 16 points actually against East Ringwood, 32 to 16. Mind you, East Ringwood in the second quarter kicked 7 behinds and have 3 goals, 14 to half time. So it could be a little bit bigger. Division 1, mostly lopsided. North Ringwood lead against Montrose, 30 to 20. So,
where's Whispers?
Yeah. He'll probably...
Have we got a Beaconsfield score yet?
I'm not 100% sure we do. Mitcham lead 24 to 16 at half-time out there. Wantirna South were leading against Moorbark, and according to Play HQ, there's been 26 goals in the first half, 84 to 82.
That can't be right.
Yeah, I don't think it can be, but... I think it was mentioned before, but South Belgrave, they lead Bayswater at 53 to 6.
For 2 sides that I think they kicked about 14 goals between them last week, if they've kicked 26 combined in that first half, I'll be very surprised.
Well, it's good viewing.
Absolutely.
I find it hard to believe that as well. Park Orchard 79-25 against Doncaster out there at Dominie Reserve, Division 2. Waverley Blues 26-17 they lead against Croydon. Bit of a scrap out there. As we heard before, Heathmont lead against Eastwell at 38.
That's a big result.
That's a big surprise, as is the Mulgrave Ringwood result, 63-33 so far out there at Mulgrave Reserve. Division 3 at half-time or into the third quarter, Surrey Park lead 53-28 against Oakley District. Upper Gully 57-15 against Warrandyte. Donvale 67-22 over Sylvan. Knox a big advantage against Furniture Gully, 77-17 at Knox Gardens Reserve. And Fair Park lead against Coldstream, 45-39.
Interesting.
So a couple of surprises there, and a big surprise in the top of the table clash. Whitehorse lead 76-19 against Chirnside Park. The big question I have, how many of those goals have come from Tom Young and Daniel Horvat?
I'd say probably 10 of the 12, I reckon.
Scoresby leads 71-15 over Forest Hill.
Yep.
I reckon Adam Amin has 5 of their goals.
Minimum 5.
Yep. And no updates from Croydon North, Nutter Wadding.
Thank you for that, Josh. We'll keep an eye on those results in the second half. Just your tip from here, can you make a quick case for Doncaster East, or is that it?
I think Rowville hang on from here. I was a bit foolish tipping Donny East, but...
I tipped him too.
I think, who knows? If they get off to a fast start, it could happen.
Going to have to do it very quickly. That's it for us for the half-time. We'll see you in just a moment for the second half action out at Zerbes Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out here to Zerbes Reserve, Eastland match of the round. It is Premier Division football in the Eastern Football Netball League, and the scores at half-time. It's a 40-point margin going the way of the Rowville Hawks, 4-3-27, Doncaster East. Well, they kicked 4 goals in that second term, so it was a better performance because they were nil at quarter time. And, of course, Rowville just doing things very, very nicely at the moment with 6 big ones as well from Lachlan Wind. He's on North Melbourne's list. Geez, they could probably be calling out for his name over the next few weeks if he's kicking 6 big ones at this level. He might just slot into that side nicely. But Rowville don't want a bar of that because he's just doing everything for them up forward at the moment. He's just not putting a foot wrong, Wayne Brasher. He's a superstar.
No, but even if he was at North Melbourne and kicking 6 and 8 goals, mate, they still wouldn't be winning.
Oh, God. It hurts, doesn't it, Brash, when your side's rubbish? Me in St Kilda, you with North Melbourne. It's not fun. That's why we love coming to the local football, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Nothing beats local footy. And the thing is, especially when you're calling footy with your mates, it's great fun on a Saturday afternoon, right?
It is. Well, one interesting stat out of that quarter, boys, and I don't know if you picked it up or not. Both sides kicked 4 goals 3, so it was an even quarter.
Well, there you go.
You know,
better performance, and we found out some information at half-time. Ray gets all his information off these friends down at Rowville. He knows nothing himself, is what they told me.
At least I got friends.
Second half's underway. Here is Jared Beanland.
So our friends in the middle, Showermakers and Wen go at it again. Rowville go forward. Good juggling mark taken by Edwards. Just going to try and break away, find a target up forward. He's going to kick it into the space of the pocket where Wind leads out, but getting in the way was Jim, and that was well done. Tackles Flakemore, comes to ground. And a ball up in the pocket to start us off in the second half of the game from Zerbes Reserve. I hope you're all enjoying the broadcast today. I'm sure many Rowville and Lockie Wine fans will be. As we have another stoppage there, Paparonis of the Stefan variety laying the tackle. Wen just takes it out of the ruck and kicks a lateral one, a wobbly one, over the top. That was good work by Papadopoulos to contest it. Tackle laid by Shrook, as we'll have another ball up.
Brash, very important 10 minutes here for Doncaster East. They can't afford Rowville to get a goal or 2 more than what they get.
No, they've got to hold sway here for the next 10 minutes.
Walking Dunny East, muster as Showenmakers, taps it down. Roving it was Shalakis, the captain, just manages to get a kick away. It was a high up and under. Fighting for it is Chakula, beaten to it, overrun the ball. Donny East managed to get a little handball into space. They're just forcing it forward through any means possible, but Stainthorpe gets in the way with a hack kick out of the air. Nash Wood was the one to take possession, but the entire pack descended upon him, and we'll have another ball up. Close quarters fighting, no clean possession so far in this quarter, as Wen taps it down. Martini's there, gets the tackle laid on him by Bell. No room to move. We'll have another ball up, BWS to take it away.
40 points to margin out here. Any great games as you go local for your football today in the EFNL. Comes out Wen, just tried to muscle his way through. Bell was there for support. It's going to take more than 3 players to bring Wen down. And he's been pinged for holding the ball here. No comment. Handball out wide. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. What a beautiful kick it was, but it just carried too far. Tate Dooman was there to mop up the pieces. Takes the mark for Donny East. He's got some options short if he wants it. So he's going to sell a little bit of candy, and he spotted up his teammate in Tommy Bell, who took the mark on the wing position. Wants to waste no time. Little poker kick over the top to Kulja, who kicked a ripping goal in that second term. Takes the mark right in front of us here. So on the right boot, up towards the half-forward line. Ball hits the deck. Rowville have the numbers at the fall. Backwards they go. Linking up nicely there. Callum Verrill just weighing up his options. Gets a good low 50-metre stab kick out wide, but it just couldn't. The mark couldn't quite be pulled down. Dropping what he should have taken there was Matty Davey. Jake Whitling right on his hammer. Over she goes for a boundary throw in. Far side of Zerbes Reserve. In front of all the great sponsors of Doncaster East. And their signage out there as the ball comes out. Showermakers sees it trickle over and out. Blake Tennant getting his first touch for the year. Well done, Whispers.
It'll probably be the only touch you'll get too.
I don't know. The game's been played a lot out on that side. Just hasn't taken his chances, Blake.
Wen tried to steal it from the stoppage. Charging through Shalakis. Got the quick handball away, but they're going to have the numbers here, Rowville. Series of handballs. Sees them still under a fair bit of pressure, but a nice little pirouette by Shruck. got it away, and now Rowville across the half back line, kicked it up towards centre half forward. It's only still 2 kicks from home for them. Can they manufacture something? Bouncing football, linking up okay. Here's Edwards. His handball backwards wasn't too fancy. Flakemore was there. DeLuca right on his hammer brings him down in a strong tackle, and we will have a ball up centre half forward for Rowville.
Doncaster East got out of jail then with a bad bounce for the Rowville player running forward.
Over the top came Sean Makers for that ruck contest. Edwards was the target. Kick out of the pack, though, by Rowville. Met well, though, by the Donny East defence, and it's Taylor Juman to get the kick, the clearing kick for Donny East. Bell met it. Gives the handball to a man in space. Is going to now come to Shalakis. Kick towards the forward line. Leading out was Hay, who's moved forward. And he couldn't make the contest. Over the line it goes.
That's the one thing they haven't been able to do all afternoon. Doncaster East take a big, strong mark in their forward 50.
The kick was there too. It was a ripping kick by Shalakis. Turn around and say cheese, bro.
So out of the stoppage there was Schoenmakers. But meeting it in the corridor, Donny East, they managed to gain possession. That was a high kick inside their forward line. O'Brien might have been the target. Coughlin takes it, but was taken in the tackle.
And the umpire says, give it to me.
As we have had a lot of stoppages this game.
We've had way too many stoppages.
Seems to mainly be when I'm commentating, but I'll keep that one on the quiet. Yet another stoppage.
Sometimes things are just not meant to be, Jared.
I know. That's okay. We'll make what we can of this game. Sean Makers gets the tap down. Verrill, in fact, out of the scrimmage. Clark was the target down the line. Bounces over the line. 5.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Still a 40-point lead to the Hawks. BWS to take it away. In fact, it was out in the full.
Yeah, so free kick to Doncaster East goes right into that hot spot. O'Brien's going to be in there. Bell got a handle on it. Shalakis in there, brought to ground. Umpire's going to come in and bounce this one. 6 minutes tick over the premiership quarter. Reigning premier dominating today. 40-point lead they have. Doncaster East are going to have any sniff. They need to get the first 3 of this term. Kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Mark dropped when it probably should have been taken, but Ryan was there to pick up for Doncaster. He squeezed to kick up. That was nicely done. Bell's getting a little bit. It got the handball away to Whitling. This is better play. The kick goes inside forward 50, but nobody was there. Nobody was home. Scala was the intended target, chopped off by Schoenmakers, who switches the ball out wide right near that Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So that's Davey on the right boot. Keeps it low, but
out on
the full. DeLuca. Right in front of the Lowther Builder sign, a major sponsor here for Doncaster East for a long time, as well as the Wash and Whitelock sign. Their history gives them their edge in real estate. It's DeLuca. Right in front of the Rowville bench, Ben Wise and co. DeLuca now on the left boot. Kick was a scrambly one, straight into the man on the mark. He has to go after it again, but he couldn't quite trap it. All the players around this ball. DeLuca goes in to lay the tackle in there. Also Josh Clark for the Hawks. And there's been some feeling in this contest. There's no doubt about that. The umpire just telling everybody to settle down. DeLuca. Well, just stupidity. And a yellow card's going to come out here for DeLuca. You can see it a mile away. Just knocking Clark off for no reason. And off goes DeLuca. Just stupidity. Undisciplined play. Could be a 25 as well, I would have thought. And there it is. 25-metre penalty to Rowville. So just unnecessary.
Maybe we should call you the Oracle. You were just able to perfectly predict that piece of play there, mate.
That was 2 25s, boys.
He was just listening to the crowd, telling him to give him 25.
Yeah, so the double 25. Either that or a very generous one. As the kick goes inside forward 50. Tended target was that man in wine. Couldn't quite take it at the fall of the ball. Papadopoulos got the handball away. Nicely done there. Series of handballs for Doncaster East. Goes out towards Jakulja direction. Couldn't quite pick it up. Schoenmakers was there. He couldn't quite get rid of the ball. He threw it away, in fact, in the end, and the umpire saw it. And once again, the players are getting in there and getting a little bit rough and tumble. Just got to split this one out. Always seems to be James Appleby in amongst those sorts of packs, as well as Jack Shalakis. On the left boot, goes in the middle now. Speaking of Jimmy, here he is. James Appleby. Coach of the under-19s down here at Doncaster East goes up towards the half-forward line. The big fly that time by O'Brien. Kick goes in towards the pocket for Doncaster East. Who's going to stand up here? There might be a little bit of holding. It might be a free kick to the Lions. It certainly will be. It's a 2-on-1 situation, so they actually didn't need to do that, Rowville, and it will be a free kick, and it's going the way of, I think that might be Connor Haswell out there.
I don't think I've seen Haswell all game. He might have been the one that came out for O'Connell.
No, is that?
That's Nick Hay, sorry.
Nick Hay.
Nick Hay. So Hay, right near the scoreboard here. What can he do? It's a good-looking kick off the boot. He hit the post halfway up on the way through. So one behind is the result. Disappointing one for Doncaster East and their fans. 9 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, third term, 67-28. It took a while to get that first score on the board, 10 minutes in fact. And here is Jared Beelan, 39-point margin.
We've quickly got some scores around the grounds with Josh Ward.
Yeah, we've got a score from Mulgrave Reserve. Mulgrave leads 69-47 out there.
Thank you. Throwing the towel at halftime, did you, Josh?
Yeah, okay, Val. Lasted down there.
So Rowville to handball it back into defence. They're under a little bit of pressure. Stainthorpe could be the chop out, or they're just going to rush the behind. Now, that was a tactical retreat there as Doncaster East had pushed up well against them. And it's going to be Coughlin to bring it in, and hopefully they'll be able to find a bit more of a path forward now, or Donny East structurally sound at the moment.
Nice kick.
But it was a good kick and a good mark there by Anthony Brollock. Finds Trainer laterally, centre half back. Well-weighted kick now to the presenting Taylor. Taylor goes wider still to Eichhoff. And Nashwood down the ground there. And a good lateral kick into the centre. It's Stapleton. Stapleton's going to find a man inside forward 50, but that man was wearing the wrong colours, and it was Taylor Duman. He's going to look for Papadopoulos. Good mark taken by him. Had the handball off there to the runner, and running for it into an open goal. It's Hugh Johnson, and he slams it home. Fifth goal for Doncaster East, as they all move to 5-5-35. Rowville 10-7, 67, 11 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter here at Zerbes Reserve. And we've got some stats in the stats centre with Paul Iaconi.
Yeah, Donny East so far dominating the inside 50s in this third quarter, 9-4. So when they do get those, when they are getting the inside 50s, they need to take advantage of them. And so far they're getting plenty. So
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side.
Just keeping an eye on Callum Bell for the Hawks. Come off with a bit of an injury complaint to his ankle, so we'll just keep an eye on him.
Thanks very much to Ryan Long, who's decided the second half he wants some vitamin D.
Well, I tell you what, Josh, if it was raining, I wouldn't be out here. You'd be sticking it out for the second half, but beautiful conditions here.
So, have we had any scores from Lower Gippsland this afternoon, Josh? You know of? Anything from Berry? Anything from Beaconsfield? Anything from down there? I don't think so.
All right, you two, just settle amongst yourselves as it comes out now. 20 metres out from goal. Wine takes it. Well, he claimed it on the second bite and basically convinced the umpire and said, "You're not going to take this one off me. I've been clunking everything today." And he'll have a ping from 30 out directly in front.
Goal number 7 on offer.
BWS, you know this Donny East side. Have they got anyone else they could switch on to Wine, in your opinion?
I think the way that the Wine's playing today, he's just going to take on anyone that comes in his way. And he's just, when you're on fire, you're on fire.
But you could always have someone else to try and, double team him.
Well, you just put the Moz on him, Ray. It's your fault completely. He's kicked a point.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
I do have a score as well down in Division 4 between Whitehorse and Churnside. Whitehorse is 76. Churnside Park 19 at the moment.
And we also do have a score from down the coast at Edwin Flack. Vermont 103 to Berwick 21.
100 and what?
103. They've kicked 16-7 Vermont.
Unbelievable.
Short passes on. Shalakis on the left boot now. Kicks it up towards the Wen direction. Big fly from the side. Trakulja couldn't quite take it. Took a good strong tackle over. And then the umpire's pinged him for holding the man afterwards.
Yep. Held the tackle too long.
Yeah, play had gone on. Let it go. Kick goes now by Coughlin. Inside forward 50. Bouncing off the chest. Plays around this ball. Comes out to Davey on the right boot. Davey kicks it long right to the top of the square. There he is again. Wind. He couldn't quite pull it down. And the umpire's blown his whistle just for something different. And the free kick this time's going the way of Doncaster East, and Jack Shalakis will get the reprieve for the Lions. Kick it out wide.
Down the line he goes. And a contest, well, it just spilled through 4 sets of hands there. Nick Hale lays the tackle on Stapleton. Scar's in there, throwing his weight around too. And we'll have a stoppage. As the shadows lengthen here at Zerbes Reserve in Doncaster East. A kick off the deck there, I believe, by Clark. It's going to go to the boundary line. I think I know what that would have been paid in the AFL, and I think I know what it's going to be paid here at local. So it'll be a throw in. 14 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 5-5, 35 to 10, 8-68. That's Rowville leading Doncaster East as Johnson and Lockman to go at it. Just delaying the handball there was Phelan. Off to Bell. Kicks it down the... Oh, I think his kick was smothered, actually. Lost track of it for a second there, and it's Rowville to feast on that opportunity. Stapleton has a man back of him. It's a high ball inside forward 50. Good fly there by the Donny East defender. Couldn't quite take it. Good trade by Rowville. And I think it's out there who was able to find some space to get the kick off. Meeting it hard was Papadopoulos, and into the hand, one man there, and it's Schruck. He takes to contend with, so it was a wobbly one, intercepted very well there by James Appleby. Hands it off. Just stepping around was Duman. Opted for a lateral kick over to Johnson. He's got a runner on the outside there. Doncaster East penetrating forward 50, but it was an intercept mark taken in the back line, and it was by Jack Gordian. Let's go Stat Centre with Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, the clearances so far are 25 to 15 in favour of Rowville, but in saying that, they have evened up since quarter time.
Well, that's positive for Doncaster East at least. Mitchell Schruck went for a bit of a jog, and the kick just overcooked it a little bit to Clark, and we'll have a throw-in out on the near side.
Mitchell Schruck struggling a bit out there with his injury. Have a look at him, boys.
Yeah.
The last 2 kicks haven't been with any force.
Yeah, I can see his body language. Not even that, just a
He's
full-on limp.
missed a lot of weeks.
It's unfortunate there. He's a great player. Lockman taps it down. McDonald's hunting it. Has Shalakis for company. Kicks it into some space. Scooped up there by Davey. He was tackled. And
too high.
It was too high. So Davey to take the free kick. Spearing ball to the pocket. Mark taken. Flakemore. So Curtis Flakemore. He's got 1 for the day. Had 4 last week. He's got a sizable angle to contend with here, and a sizable amount of Donny East supporters as well to contend with.
The 19s.
He's got to shut all that noise out, focus on the task at hand, kick truly, kick straight, and he hasn't quite done that as it drifted left, and you can hear the jeers of derision from the Donny East under-19s, trying to make as much impact on the game as possible. BWS to take it away.
Ball passes on. Low scoring affair in this quarter. Rowville only kicking 2 behinds. Let's go to Paul Yaconi on the Stat Centre.
Yeah, the ingredient to why Rowville are getting so many shots at goal is because they've taken 11 inside 50s to 1. So that's why they're getting so many opportunities.
Well, Mitch Ryan's kicked a goal in his first game, but it was for Rowville. 17 and a half minutes gone here in this third term, and it's a bind going the way of the horse. 10-10-70 to 5-5-35. They've doubled the score now. Turn your mic off, Blake. We can hear your conversation as the umpire is going to come in and bounce this one.
Go to the party in Ringwood.
He's going to, what's he going to, Juice or something? Is he down in
Void,
Ringwood?
maybe?
Does that still exist? What are they, the Denim Lounge? I'm showing my age now. Cerebolo on the left boot, kicks it, swallowed that time there.
No, he's been asked to come back
Schruck.
for a karaoke appearance after his performance last weekend.
Is he having another birthday party? Like another one? He seems to have one every week.
Bell on the right boot. Short passes on. Oh, that's one for the highlight reel. Ryan Long, and 18-minute mark of the third term of this game. Blake Tennant telling everyone he's going out to Ringwood tonight.
The one-time Whispers.
I told him to turn the mic off.
The one-time Whispers isn't whispering.
As it comes out now, a bit of entertainment. Hope you're amused at home. We know we are. And McDonald goes inside forward. 50 now, standing strong was Wine. At the fall, the ball, he goes after it again. The big man on hands and knees. Scarlett was there. He did well. Sorry, it was Dooman. Right on his hammer. Umpire will come in and bounce.
No, they'd be thinking, what in the hell are these guys talking about?
So it'll be Wind versus Wen. Two W's go at it. Little quick kick. Lux of Fortune. Scarlett takes it for the East.
Actually, he's tried hard, Scarlett. It's his first game back for a long while. He's worked hard trying to keep in the contest.
Went up to the bell direction. He got absolutely crunched at the fall. The ball mopping up. Stainthorpe got the long handball away. Got it to Schruck this way, that way. Back to Stainthorpe. He's a bit indecisive as well. Kick was a scrambly one. Went along the line of the boundary. Can they keep this one alive? They cannot. Over the boundary line she goes, right in front of Megan Green. The best in the business.
Yeah.
Can even do the camera work with a can of Coke and a hot dog in her hand. Magnificent stuff.
A woman of many talents.
Absolutely.
Our Megan Green.
The only thing missing is a dart. As the umpire brings the ball back in, Jared.
And in it goes. Appleby lays the tackle. McDonald couldn't withstand it. Brought to ground. So where are we going after the Ringwood? Is that what Blake said?
I think he's off to Dakota.
That's the one I was
the
looking
one.
for. Dirty Dackers.
He's daisies, maybe.
No, that joint's got burnt down.
It did.
Pulled down.
Oh, big mark. Taken over the top as we're nattering away about former party places in Ringwood. And it's Appleby. Well, his kick was touched. That shouldn't be a mark to Verrill, but he had time and space anyway to play on with it. Doncaster East had a bit of a thrust there briefly, but Wood will control it for Rowville on the outer side. High fly over there. Oh, he's brought to ground. He thought he took the mark, didn't. Got tackled. It was a dangerous tackle.
Yep, yellow.
And drew the free kick, and that's
Biddle.
Aidan Biddle.
He's done all right this afternoon, Aidan.
He has indeed. So
was that a yellow card?
Yeah, yellow card for the danger.
Jared, you're bobbing around.
Matty Davey came off for a yellow card.
Do you need a hat, mate?
Yeah, maybe I should just sit down.
Yeah, mate.
Anyway,
Here's a hat.
Thank you very much.
Kick goes inside forward. 50 was a big fly. Appleby got the timely handball away. The kick goes goal by Scala, and he can't put it through. Left it goes. And the heads go down from the Doncaster East faithful as they just can't get another one. 5-7-37 or 5-6-60-36. Clickety click. 10-70. Blake Tennant's dying to get some say back down there at boundary side.
Yes, keep talking, boys. Anyway, number 22, that was Matt Davey. He got the yellow card there.
Thank you very much, Blake.
Thanks for the echo down and on the boundary side as it comes down. Kick goes in. Ceravolo's in there. He always gets in and under. Ball's going to be thrown up. Jared Beanland, let's restart this one.
Indeed. Thank you for taking over when I was receiving my hat from Brash. Up we go again. It's the left forward flank for Donny East, this stoppage. I think we'll have a follow-up one as McDonald was brought over the line. 22 minutes gone. Brash?
I think Ryan James would have been happy if they had brought this pressure in the first quarter, Doncaster East.
The game would definitely have had a different complexion to it had that happened. Hay versus Schoenmakers. Hay, good use of the body, beat Schoenmakers in that ruck contest. Doncaster East to go forward. Target was O'Brien, punched over the back though. Trainer just gave it up though. Shalakis round the body. Couldn't quite get it to Papadopoulos. He took the ball, was tackled. Stacks on to Rowville men on top of him, and the umpire will take the ball up. We'll go to the score centre in a moment as Donny East are in a dangerous spot here. No true clearance until Papadopoulos got a hold of it. Handed it to his captain, Shalakis. He gave it to Scala. Can he get something from nothing? Yes, he can, Scala. Donny East still alive.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender there out of hard traffic. Just been managing to scramble a kick in his first game as we go to Josh Ward around the ground.
Score update, 3/4 time at Belgrave South. South Belgrave lead 75-19. And at 3/4 time at Donvale Reserve, Donvale lead 106-25.
Against?
Beg your pardon.
Upper
Sylvan.
No, Sylvan.
Sylvan, yeah. Well, speaking of Upper Gully, actually, they've still got a comfortable lead, 57-15 over Warrandyte.
Great stuff.
Crowds come alive.
You love to hear it.
70. They're back in the game. Still plenty of time. There's no doubt about that. Great call by Jared Beeland there as a kick off the ground. Martini goes up towards the half-forward line. Little handball over the top. Can they get another one? DeLuca. He's got some class about him, Josh DeLuca, as he kicks up towards the half-forward line. It was a scrambly kick. Getting in the position, the wrong position was O'Brien. You've got to be in front for those ones. But he did enough to bring his opponent to ground in Stainthorpe, and will have a ball up.
They could snag another goal here, Donny. It just might breathe some more life into the game.
When got the knockdown ball going nowhere. Let's do it all again.
The one thing about Doncaster East, there's been one constant this afternoon. Big Michael Wynn has played an absolute blinding game for his side.
Yeah, he's been really good as he goes after it again and he's brought to the ground. He's got to do it all almost sometimes, doesn't he?
He does.
98.1 Radio Eastern all afternoon, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Rowville getting out to a really strong lead in this game, but Doncaster is slowly pegging them back as Shalakis ducked under looking for a free kick. The umpire's not going to be conned into that one. And we'll have another stoppage, also known as a Beanland, and we'll let him take over.
Thanks for, my favourite. Well, it's a clearance there. That's another stoppage.
Stoppage. He may or may not be the Oracle, but he's definitely Nostradamus.
Oh, dear. So, someone's down there for Rowville.
Perfect opportunity for our boundary riders to chime in, who are standing on top of him.
Yeah.
While I remove the Atmos for a moment, because I'm hearing the crowd.
There's a bit of colour. There's a bit of colourful language coming through.
Well, while we've got a break, I've got a 3/4 time score at East Ringwood Reserve.
Yep.
The Roos have kicked 10 goals, 81 against Norwood. They kicked 7 goals. Had 3 goals, 14 to half time. They kept Norwood scoreless in the third quarter, 2 goals for 16. But if it was straight at kicking, it could have been a bigger margin.
I know Les Ferguson has travelled down from Blairgowrie today to see the Roos play, so old Leslie will be very happy with that one.
Yeah, he'll go back down the highway, a happy man again.
He will. It'd be a good opportunity to cross down boundary side. Really intrigued on what's happening down there, guys.
Has Lee turned the mics back on?
They're not off.
They're not off. Well, Blake and Ryan.
Boundary.
Hello.
Sorry, I was just listening into. Obviously, there's quite a bit going on now, and words with both Ben Wise and the umpires. The game is going to be stopped for just a minute as we wait for the stretcher to come out. It was quite a big hit. That was right in front of us. So,
who was that?
Any info on who it was, Ryan?
I believe that's Show and Makers.
Oh,
okay.
He did it.
And of course, that's obviously going to be ruled out of the game.
Yeah.
Have we got any more scores, Josh, while we're at it?
We do. A 3/4 time at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Blackburn lead 88-43 out there. So it's going to be a mountain to climb in the last for Noble Park. Bowen lead 89-50. I think that might be a 3/4 time score into the final quarter out at, in fact, it's 90-50 out there at Cheong Park, Bowen leading. So you think they're home there. Division 1. North Ringwood lead 51-46 against Montrose, so a close contest there. Park Orchard 107 to Doncaster 33 at Dominee Reserve, so that could potentially, most likely going to be a no to start the season. The Sharks.
Oh, the Dominoes will be happy about that, won't
they, Ray? Ray Baird and the Dominoes.
Boundary.
So let's cross back down boundary side to Ryan Long.
Yeah, just to double check to confirm that is Nick Schoenmakers, so ruled out of the game.
Must have been a very.
It was a head clash, and
it's very hard. It's very hard from where we are with the sun in our eyes. We just couldn't see what was happening here.
Yeah, you might not get the best view on the camera on the replay on that one, but definitely a head collision.
Yeah, no, I've just seen the replay, and there's definitely a good angle of it and a good view. It's a tough hip and shoulder. Right to the noggin. So we wish him all the best and hope that he can pick himself up. And these are scary times when this sort of thing happens. So,
exactly right.
We're now thinking more about his health, his safety, rather than whether or not he can get back onto the park. That's going to be secondary to
Well, he won't be coming back on the ground, and
Oh,
so he
indeed.
shouldn't.
Yeah, no, not today. No.
And probably we'll miss next week as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ray, that's debatable because that there have been other clubs that
Yeah, true.
get the doctors involved.
Yeah, Anthony Brolick was the one to take us away as play resumes here at Zerbes Reserve after an injury concern to Nick Schoenmakers. Falling into the back of Michael Wen there was Rowville, so Donny East to take advantage. Mark taken. That was a good little step there by Ryan. And the siren has gone to sound three-quarter time, and perhaps a well-timed siren here as the atmosphere became a little bit deflated, and perhaps we can get a little bit more intensity back into the action here as Donny East trying to claw their way back. The Lions are 6-6-42 to Rowville 10-10-70 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Here is Ben Warren-Smith with some of the major goal kickers.
Well, another decent quarter by Doncaster East outscoring Rowville there. They kept them goalless. So at three-quarter time, it's 10-10-70 Rowville and a very handy 28-point lead. It's going to be hard to peg back. 6-6-42 Doncaster East. 6 goals still to the big man, Lachlan Wine. The rest are singles, whilst Timmy O'Brien has 2 for the Lions. Can they get themselves back into this contest, Doncaster East? It's going to be a very tough ask, but there's still 30 minutes of quality Premier Division football riding on the line here. That 30 minutes and around the ground scores coming up right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back.
I have the wrong headset on.
Oh, what?
Welcome back to Zerbes Reserve as we have an interesting Premier Division clash here. It's Doncaster East 6-6-42 to Rowville 10-10-70. As we are heading into the final quarter, let's go to Josh Ward with some scores around the ground.
So a couple of third-quarter time scores in Division 2. East Burwood trail Heathmont 57-29. Mulgrave lead Ringwood 75-55. 5 just about to start the fourth quarter there. Croydon 32-41 Waverley Blues into the final quarter out there as well. In Division 3, Coldstream only up by 2 points, 55-53 over Fair Park. Surrey Park leads 72-43 over Oakley District. Knox 96 to Furniture Gully 37. And just chasing some Division 4 updates. Whitehorse 103 to Churnside Park 39. Scoresby 100 to Forest Hill 15.
Does this put Whitehorse as the Premier Division 4 favourites?
At the
Possibly.
moment, possibly now.
The big question I have, how many is Tom Young and Daniel Horvath combined for?
Definitely. As we are waiting on an interview, I think it'll be with Ben Wise. Someone on our boundary line, Ryan Long, it will be. It was with Ben Wise in the huddle.
Yes, with Ben Wise, the Rowville senior coach. Ben, after quarter time, it's been a pretty even contest. What do you got to do to make sure you take control of this game?
Probably not play like we did in the third quarter. We just went away from what we were doing really well, and so we just had to reset now at three-quarter time, and they've got their instruction now. We just got to execute our plan.
You talked about a bit of composure as well, going forward as well, and making sure you're not playing into their hands, and with the turnover game as well, that which they probably did well in that third quarter.
Yeah, they dumped numbers behind the ball because we're winning at deeper entries, and they were getting in front of Windy, so they changed their matchups and changed their plan a little bit, and we just didn't adjust quite as well as we should have. So we've addressed that now. We should do that in that last quarter.
No worries. All the best for last quarter, Ben.
Thank you very much, Ryan Long, and thank you to Ben Wise, of course, for his time. And
Smooth operator Ryan Long, isn't he, down there? Very nicely done.
Benji.
Let's go to Blake Tennant, who is over with Ryan James and Doncaster East.
Yes, just spoke to Ryan James, of course, and he was very up and about. He still thinks he's still in the game, of course, 4 goals down, and just wants a little bit more. Needs to keep going, stop doing the overlap hand passes. That's what he was lacking a bit that quarter.
Do you think they're still in the game, Blake?
I don't think so, unfortunately, BWS.
By to start the game, there's 30 minutes to go. Which way will it go? Rowville have a very handy 28-point lead. Here's Jared Beeland.
Well, it's an opportunity now for Michael Wen to take control of this game as Nick Schoenmakers has gone down. Wen got the tap down. Shalakis nearly roved it. Stapleton was first to it, however, tackled to the ground by Shalakis as we go to Blake Tennant.
So it looks like Tom Lockman is in the ruck now, boys.
Indeed. So Lockman it is against Wen. Thank you very much, Blake. Wen just takes it out of the ruck. I think we'll be seeing a lot of that this quarter. Appleby gets the clearance. High kick towards the top of the goal square. Hay was the target, but he was outpointed really well there by the Rowville defender. And he's going to chip it into the pocket there to Eichhoff. As we've got... What is it? Scores with Josh Ward.
The three-quarter time at home park, Mitcham leads 62-19 against Beaconsfield.
Thank you very much, Josh. Wen could cut this off here, but Lockman, clever little spoil, was able to interrupt things there for Doncaster East. And the kick now came from McDonald into the middle of the ground. Heavy contest there. Edwards did well, but gave it up to Appleby. Appleby's looking pretty lively this quarter. Kick down the line to O'Brien.
Well
he was spoiled out of it. But it's going to come back to Doncaster East here. Inside forward 50, and the mark taken by, that was well done, Tricula. Free kick given away. And we'll go to BWS to take over to tell us.
All that was missing there was a saddle, the way he rode him there.
I reckon O'Brien's pulled up a bit short there when he went to attack the ball. Looked like I reckon he might have pulled a hammy.
Stapleton goes to Verrill. Let's go to Ryan Long.
Brasher on the money there. He's pointing to his hamstring right now in the hands of the trainers, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
So Eichhoff. Don't put it up too high. As across the half-back line, just trying to work out the sun situation here.
Yeah.
So kick goes out wide and out of bounds on the full. And in front of that Weish and Whitelock sign.
Might have to go with the real shades now.
Well, Brash has got wearing his hat backwards like he's on the set of White Man Can't Jump in the 1990s. Certainly probably is a white man that can't jump, but he certainly is the best in the business when it comes to special comments in the Eastern Football Netball League. There's no doubt about that. As the kick goes in, Appleby was in the spot there at the fall. The ball, Verrill got the handball away. In the forward line for Doncaster East, Papadopoulos just gave a little headbutt shove to Callum Verrill. How do you do? A little bow to the Queen or something like that as the umpire to restart it. It's sort of like... stagnant at the moment. Some sparks got to come from somewhere. There's a quick scrambling kick out of that defensive zone. In the arms of Ryan, who's been really good today for Doncaster East. Ryan, Papadopoulos on hands and knees, can't get away because Blakemore's right there, and another stoppage. Speaking of which, Jared Beanland to take us away.
Once again, a stoppage. Wen taps it down. It's going to be a bit of a scrap here at ground level. Papadopoulos tried to be first to it. Didn't actually manage that, though. Ball spills into a little bit of space there. A little bit of space that there was. O'Connell was there. So was Martini. Appleby was wrapped up.
Well, Doncaster East have got the scoring end in this last quarter. If they can get a couple of quick ones here, just to sow a seed of doubt.
Rowville are going to have to be all over them at the stoppages now.
Hasn't James Appleby lifted in this final term?
Yep.
Yes.
And Brash, Rowville need a goal. They haven't kicked one in the second half of this game.
Lockman over the top of Wen this time. Couldn't get it to Rowville's advantage. And another stoppage. 4 minutes gone in this final quarter. 6:42. That's Donny East. 10:70. That is Rowville on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Brolick lays the tackle. Ball up. So both teams feeling each other out at the stoppages right now. I think Rowville's got the clamps on the Lions here, but DeLuca's going to try and break away from those. Gets the handball out to Wen. High ball towards the pocket, but it just bounces over. And I think it might have been out in the full there.
Yes, it was.
Eichhoff is the one to bring it in once the ball is reclaimed.
Funny that Casalingo sign, which is, it says a taste of tradition. Those meats at Casalingo, absolutely superb.
They pay you to say that?
I was about to say the same thing.
Friend who went to school, Carmine Ventura's company, and so I thought I'd give him a shout out.
Good on you, mate.
Friendly shout out to local business. Always love that. Down the line here, it was on the wing. Handball forward from Rowville just goes over the line. Out of the dugout there in front of Ben Wise. We've got some stats with Paul Iaconi.
The inside 50 so far in this last quarter are 5 to zip the way of Donny East.
Thank you very much, Paul. So when to go against Lockman again. 0-0 draw, but Stapleton got the clearance out to Wood. Wood now to kick it forward. Sun in the eyes for all as the ball goes over the boundary line again.
I couldn't see that.
I'd say it's a very tricky situation there. It's one of those days that we wish it was a little cloudier, but Juman was the one to take the mark from a clearing kick there for Donny East. Down the line, Papadopoulos presented well, couldn't quite take the mark. Bounces out the back to Brolick. He's got O'Connell to contend with. Got the kick away under duress. Got it to Wind. And now to Colclough, kicks it to the man running in space. It was an open goal for Rowville. They've slotted it. And he's telling the crowd to shush. Is our man Martini. So another goal to Rowville. They move to 11-10-76 to Donny East, 6-6-42. 6 minutes gone in this final quarter. And it's just looking a little bit further out of reach now for Ryan James and his Lions.
A bit of relief there in the Rowville camp because that's their first goal in the second half of this game. And it wasn't a pretty goal. They had to struggle to get the ball forward, but they'll take it at this stage of the game.
It's almost your first comment in the second half of this game too, Ray. As the umpire throws it up now. Good to see you're smiling again, Ray. That's all that matters as DeLuca charges his way out of the middle of the ground, steamrolls it forward over the back, and going to kick off the ground. Drayton Kenny got pinged for holding the ball, or is it a too high?
Got to be too high.
Rash called it. So did Leroy. Oh, sorry, Katie, I'm not allowed to say that. As the free kick goes the way of Doncaster East. 7 minutes to tick over in this final term. It's good to be back. It's really good to be back.
Yeah,
So it'll be Jack Drayton. Difficult spot. Really difficult spot. Got a few, no doubt, few opinions behind him, telling him what to do.
He's on the one angle that's not into the sun, though.
The young fella, what can he do here? This is a really, really important kick. And he's pushed it across the face. Through for one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 7.5 minutes into the final term. It's a 33-point lead to Rowville. Will it be enough? We've got a whistle.
They're just bringing it back, I think.
Jared, you said he was on the right angle, but the goal umpire wasn't too happy about that, looking into the sun.
Indeed. We've got some stats with Paul Yukoni.
We've got some
scores, in fact.
We've got some scores. A final score of Coldstream Reserve. Cougars won 69 to 53.
Ooh, close one there. So Eichhoff it was to take the mark, bringing it out the outer side, and it's just gone over the boundary line. Out in the full, in fact, so a chance here for Donny East. And it's Mitchell Ryan to take this kick. High ball. One for the Flyers, and a punch came from Rowville's end, fell out the back, so opportunity for Doncaster East if they can put the pressure on. It's come to Zerbes over the line, though. Matty Traynor did well to pressure him. Throw in the pocket here for Doncaster East.
A lot of pressure on Rowville now with this stoppage. If Donny East can get a goal from this stoppage.
And they really need one, do they not? Let's see where they can find the clearance. It's a chance for Johnson here to try himself out against Lockman. Shalakis was pushed out of it. Coughlin got the handball away. Johnson ended up with it, though. Saravolo kicks a centering ball. Nearly Papadopoulos couldn't quite take the mark. It's at ground level. Scrappy ball. Scala was in there as well. Huge tackling coming from Rowville. And their defence holds up. Stern as anything just so far. Another throw, another ball up, and it's McDonald to charge away from the pack. Gets a clearing kick, a spearing ball down to a 2-on-1 situation. Can he handle it? Yes, he can. Gets the handball away, but over the line. Nashwood was the target of that handball. Didn't quite reach him.
Jared.
Now let's go to some more scores with Josh Ward.
Final score from Croydon Oval. Waverley Blues have won the Battle of the Blues, 54 to 38 out there.
Thank you very much, Josh.
2 in a row now for Croydon after losing after beating Baronia.
Yeah.
Indeed. So worry stations there, perhaps.
Gav Casey will be upset.
Well, it got the handball, but Rowville were tackled once again. Another ball up. Nearly 10 minutes gone here in this final quarter. And we are waiting on some spark from the Lions. Can it be when? No, not this time. Martini fed the handball out, and Rowville will go forward. But Taylor Duman takes an intercept mark. He always does that so well, averaging 3.7 intercept marks per game this year. Very impressive. Mark taken there by DeLuca. Hands it off. This is Ryan. Gets a forward handball there. Gets it back. Sharing it round. Johnson was in support, couldn't quite handle the ball though, slipped away from him. He's going to keep pursuing it. Scala though there helps out, shrugs off the tackle, out to Shalakis, high up and under. It's not going to be a mark. Punch down away from Scala. Nashwood for Rowville to take it away, and a clever little kick, as BWS said, and the chop out mark was taken by Edwards.
Gee, there was some real tough football when that ball was coming down the corridor for Donny East, and both sides throwing everything into this game.
Great call, Jared, as a kick by Brolick goes up towards the wing position. Doncaster East have the numbers at the full. Quick kick up in the air, goes right into the middle of the ground. Appleby used his body magnificently and took a strong mark. Right in the middle here of Zerbes. If they want to get back in this game, they need a goal, and they need it quickly, Doncaster East, and it's not going to come when you get a scrappy kick like that in the middle. Chopped off by Martini, kicked the last goal of the game. The kick goes back into the middle of the ground. At the back, Ryan. Can he lay a strong tackle? He did on Coldcloud that time. He had support there in Davey, who's back on the ground after his yellow card over the top of him. Phelan being very quiet. Umpire's going to come in and bounce this one as Ryan was running away with it.
They were actually waiting for the umpire to blow the whistle and make a decision.
Yeah.
Well, they've heard it plenty of times today as the umpire throws it back up in the air. Nicely done there. That was magnificent play by the big ruckman in Wen, I should say. And comes out now. Strong tackle. That's a free kick to Doncaster East.
Incorrect disposal.
So not getting rid of it in time was Stainthorpe. So Trakulja, who kicked a goal in the second term on the left boot, snap around the body. This time he's going to go back and try and put one over the goal umpire's head. He's going to kick from the arc.
Elf Molinaro is giving it the Babe Ruth.
Good old Alfie. There's Trakulja. Can he lift his side here? They're right behind him.
It's going to take a fair kick though.
Yeah, you just got to you've got to just aim straight at the middle of the post here. There's no working the ball back. If you start it right, that's where it stays, and that's exactly what's happened. As it goes right to the goal line, it stays alive momentarily, and through for a minor score. 12.5 gone. Final term out here at Zerbes, 44 to 76, 32 points the margin. Rowville lead as we go to Josh Ward around the ground.
Final score from Princess Highway Reserve, Surrey Park, 81 to Oakley District, 49.
Oh, he's been dying to say that
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Oh, you bet. So it was a kick in there from Liam Coughlin, but a wrap up there over on the outer side.
That's a good win on the road for Surrey Park, because Oakley District are pretty resilient down at Princes Highway.
And a final score as well from Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Scoresby 114 to Forest Hill 28. Adam Amin 7 goals.
Oh, there we go, 7 again.
Some big margins today.
It has been.
It has been, you're right.
So it was a high up and under, dangerous ball to go for. Came to ground. Coughlin and Wood were there to link up. A whistle's gone. Doncaster East get a kick out of the pack. It was a behind. So what's the decision going to be? Was it advantage or not?
Yeah, he called advantage the umpire.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Bit of a rush of blood there for the Lions player who kicked that. Probably could have made a better decision if he looked back at it.
I think the umpire took the decision out of it.
Considering where it was, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Agreed.
So Cal Varrell will be the one to take to kick it in now for
I didn't even know he kicked it. And I'm supposed to be special comments. And I couldn't see.
I thought it looked like Shalakas.
The bouncing ball evaded Haswell. And we'll get a throw in on the outer side there. Would be nice if they would direct the traffic this way a little bit. Don't they know we're here?
No, they don't.
I think they always know we're here.
or just a switch to turn the sun off would be okay.
I know, that would be lovely. So another ball up on the outer side. No, it's a free kick there in the back, I think. That's gone against Duncan. So Rowville to go forward. It's Lockie Stapleton with the ball in hand. 21-point lead that Rowville are defending right now, and it seems like they're going to hold it if the quarter continues the way it has been. Donny East, though, reclaim the ball in their defensive line, share it around with handballs, and Tom Bell was the one to present down the line for the lateral kick. Now he's going to go lateral as well, the other way, as BWS rolls his eyes.
Well, I'm glad that Katie Green, who's taking a bunch of snaps this afternoon, has finally made it onto my good side.
I'd love to see you all here. Well, David was wrapped up in a tackle there by Paparonis, but
it's too high, apparently.
It was too high, according to the umpire. Davey now sees the leading man. Oh, standing in the way. That was very well done, Chris Phelan. Standing underneath the pressure and the duress. As Tom Bell, is he going to kick it sideways again? Bites off the 45 into the corridor. They're going a little bit quickly here now through Appleby and Saravolo into the centre of the ground. They're taking the A1 route, but they're just held up a little bit. So he's going across to the pocket. Good punch over the top there. Stalwart defence by Rowville, making sure, and that was Lockman. Well done, Lockman. He's been a revelation this year, that young man.
Chris Phelan's not...
Feeling it?
He's not...
Not feeling it, no.
No, he's definitely not. He's hardly had a touch today. Yeah. He's just can't get into the contest.
Indeed. So Johnson and Lockman to go at it again. Martini and Colclough. Handball into space. What are Donny East going to do with it? No. Paparonis lost handle on it, and Nashwood gains it back. Kick down the line for Rowville. Wine just takes it in the one arm. That was phenomenal. Outpointed Haswell easily.
And Phelan's been getting 30 touches a game for a few years as well, Brash.
Yeah, it's just this year he's sort of been struggling a bit.
Yep. Mark taken.
But then again, BWS, he's had some mates.
19.
Yeah.
It's Mav
It's
Taylor.
hard to put it on him.
Mav Taylor goes towards the top of the goal square. Who's there? Well, it's all Donny East by the look of it. And the mark's been taken. BWS to take over.
Papadopoulos has a little bit of space, still in the defensive zone. 17 gone in this final turn. There's not enough time left for Doncaster East, but can they win the quarter is what they'll be going for. Trikulja. He's had a good game, Christian.
Just go down the flank there, Christian. Come down our way, mate.
Big fly over the back and went up unattendedly in Coughlin in the end.
He's
Umpire's called to play him on, so he just has to get back and wind up on the boot and go up towards centre forward. And guess who's taking it? Big Lachlan Wind. He's about 55 metres out. You might just back him in from here, running off to the side. Verrill screaming for it, but
I'm not giving it
Lockie's
to you.
Like, I've been a bit starved in this second half. I want to get back on the scoreboard. He's looking for goal number 7. He had best on ground wrapped up at half time. It will be interesting to see how the votes go and how that plays out. for our Eastland Sportsco Eastland best on ground today.
Well, I've got a Doncaster East player in one of those spots.
Well, this will take one of his best, but he's shanked it off the side of the boot. But this is where they've still been pretty good. Might have been a little bit of holding there on Taylor. I thought that could have been a free kick to him. But Jimmy Appleby was there. Quick kick out of the danger zone, but it's like he almost spotted up Ferrell there. He kicked it straight down his throat. Might be too far out to score.
Pass.
But after he was screaming for it from Wind only moments ago, thinking he might have been able to have a ping, this time he's like not sharing this one. He's going to go back and have a shot wearing the one glove.
Well, you better show him how it's done then, Cal.
So we're right behind him here. Watch this one sail through as the sun sets over the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. As he comes in and he scrambles it right to the top of the goal square. Can it be Lux of Fortune? It was touched, but right there was Flakemore. Got the handball away. Lots of pressure on there, and we'll have a ball up. 18.5 gone. It's
I think
31-point lead.
I think Durman's done a pretty fair job on Flakemore this afternoon.
Yeah.
Curtis hasn't had that second game blues where he just couldn't get back, can't get into the contest.
Definitely one of Doncaster East's better players, Tay Durman, today. Restarted again, Jai Colclough at the bottom of the pack. See if they can get something out of this, the Hawks. Going up again, Wind, hit the deck. Going nowhere.
But I think it does really illustrate what Premier Division's all about. If you're not going to get the game on your terms for the full 100 minutes, so you've got to make hay while the sun shines when it's your opportunity.
Yeah, fair call, Brash. There's a quick kick around the body by Stapleton across the face. Goes through for one behind. Margin back out to 32. Here's Josh Ward around the ground.
Final score from Edwin Flack. Vermont 2012, 132. Berwick 5-4, 34. Daniel Nielsen with 6 goals.
That's an important player there out for Vermont. Good to see him get into some form.
He needs to do those sort of games against Baldwin and Noble Park, though.
Yeah, exactly. Berwick is one thing. The two teams out here, especially the one in brown and gold, are an absolute another. Mark down the line taken by Johnson as Doncaster East have pushed forward kick mark style, but it's all come unstuck inside forward 50. Brolick roves it off the pack. Taylor presented, took the mark out in front of Mitch Duncan, that is. Chips it over.
Ray,
to
is my eyes deceiving me? But I don't reckon Brolick's running all that well. He looks like he's really struggling a bit today.
He was ginger, I saw earlier.
Could be Bresh, yeah.
He's running like a crab, actually.
Yeah.
Chance for Wen to come over the top and punch it down. And it's DeLuca sharing it round now with Appleby. He's going to go for a run, kicks it from the arc. This could be a bit of a consolation for the Lions, but Coughlin was there. He clued it out. He knew exactly what was going on, Liam Coughlin. All that VFL experience.
But that's not to say that he hasn't.
Game.
But that's not to say that Brolick has had an influence on the game. He's done some very nice things.
He has indeed.
He did get a bit of a heavy knock early in the game over on that other wing.
Don't worry, Brash. He won't wait for you in the car park.
No, he loves me. I always give him a good plug.
Ooh, punch over the top there by Steph Paparonis.
Great tackle.
Putting Stapleton under pressure, and the tackle was laid as well. And that's rewarded. Christian Tricul has not been too bad today. And his little chip to Hugh Johnson. He's going to backpedal very quickly. He's got the clock on his mind, and perhaps a late stage comeback for Donny East, at least in Hugh Johnson's mind. I'm not sure about us up here, but now he's taken his time. Needed to settle the former Norwood man.
He's a big, strong lad. He should be able to kick the distance here.
You'd think he would have the distance. He does indeed, and he's got the accuracy as well. Hugh Johnson kicks a late stage perler for Donny East, and that's his second of the game.
One thing about them, BWS, Donny East, they haven't given up. You know, they've been trying. It hasn't been their day, but they've been, haven't given it away either.
Got some scores around the grounds with Josh Ward.
Final scores out at Cheong Park, Baldwin 108 to South Croydon 74. Mulgrave won as well against Ringwood 89 to 77.
Whoa.
Let's go to Whispers down boundary side.
Yeah, just got an injury update from Rowville. Number 26, Jake Edwards, has just come to the bench with hands on the trainer, so I'll get back to you on that one.
Thanks to the librarian.
Thanks very much, Blake. Comes out DeLuca. Got rid of it just in time. Shalarkis was there. Little toe poke. just got something on the ball. Good tackle by Appleby. Umpire's going to come in and bounce this.
Oh, gee, Mulgrave beating Ringwood. I think that's my power rankings in shambles.
No, I said the umpires were very whistle happy in the first half. I think they've really put it away, and it's been quite well umpired in the second half.
They're having a great quarter, aren't they?
Yeah, I really do think that their game's improved, just like Doncaster East, as the ball scrambles over towards the...
You're saying there's a
positive correlation.
You're saying there's a correlation.
I didn't look at it like that, mate. Let's go to Josh Ward around the crowd.
That sounds like a stat.
I think BWS has actually messaged Scotty and said, "What's going on, mate?" He's lodged in.
Go for it, Josh.
Quickly, final score from Knox Gardens. Knox 108 to Furniture Gully 44.
Oh, that's a good one.
Marked by Haswell, I should say. Oh, they've coughed this one up. Little handball over the top. Clark gives it to the run of Taylor. Taylor will run into an open goal, and Taylor slams it through. And that, my friend, is the icing on the cake for Rowville.
Well, it's an exclamation point on Rowville's game, but unfortunately an exclamation point on poor Chris Phelan's game as well, as he fumbled there and gave away that goal. It's a rough day for a great player.
32 points is the margin. Josh Ward around the ground.
Final score from Springfield Park. Whitehorse Pioneers 134 to Chirnside Park 83.
That's a statement win there by the Pioneers.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They want to go back up.
Where was that? Was that out at the D?
That was out at the D,
yeah,
Springfield Park.
No one can win there, BWS.
I love that ground.
I think Chirnside Park won there earlier in the season, but this is a whole different Whitehorse side.
Yeah, by the looks of it, indeed. So Brolick got the clearance out to Stapleton, I believe. And a bouncing ball inside forward 50. Jimman turned on a sixpence, thrust it forward, back up the ground. Advantage potentially paid. No.
Really?
I think DeLuca would have liked that advantage for himself. I think he could have called that himself. Scala, inside forward 50. Comes off the pack, and a quick little kick there by Verrill was a mistake. It looked slick.
He can kick this.
But Tom Bell was in the way.
Well, if he's experienced BW, he should kick it. He has to kick it, yeah.
Well, he kicked 56 goals in his AFL career, did Tom Bell.
No.
And he does not add to his EFNL tally with that one. The ball's still alive, actually. Down on ground level. Can anyone get a boot to it from Donny East? No. Shovelled over the line by Rowville.
While we're on Tom Bell, look, since half-time he's had a lot of the ball, but he has not worried Rowville whatsoever.
No. He's not had much penetration or damage with his possessions.
And when he has broken clear, he's turned it over.
A couple more final scores. South Belgrave 88 to Bayswater 50. Heathmont 83 to East Burwood 38.
Well, big win for Heathmont there. That was a must. An absolute must for the Jets.
Spider will be pulling his hair out.
There's the siren. Rowville, they've won it 12-11-83 to Donny East 7-10-52. The title defence for the Hawks continues with yet another win to their board.
Great game there by Rowville. What a powerful start it was too by the reigning premier, coming out and leading by a cool 40 points at quarter time. They were held to account for the final 3 quarters, but when you come out of the all guns blazing like that, it's going to take a powering to beat that, and all hats go off to the Rowville Football Club. Final scores 12-11-83 to 7-10-52. The major goal kicker on the ground, 6 goals in the first half to Big Lachlan Wine. What a game he had, pulling in some fantastic marks, doing it up high, down low, everywhere. He was super. 2 goals to Mav Taylor, who finished off the game with the last goal for the Hawks. Singles to Martini, Wood, Blakemore and Colecloud. Well, for Doncaster East, they only kicked 7 for the day, but 2 each to Timmy O'Brien and Hugh Johnson, while singles to Papadopoulos, Drakulja and Daniel Scala.
BWS, I've just been analysing some scores here, and I want to know what you make of this. Since half-time, Doncaster East kicked 3 goals, 7, and Rowville kicked 2 goals, 7.
Yeah.
So a lot of points kicked after half-time by both sides.
Yeah, there was. It was like, well, Doncaster East had to, muscle their way back into this contest, didn't they, really, at the end of the day?
It was actually 2 goals, 3 by Rowville.
Yeah. So they've done well. Let's cross down boundary side, though, because The boys are having a nice old chinwag down there, but I know the Blake Tennant's down there, and so is Ryan Long. We've got a couple of Rowville stars to have a chat with, boys. Over to you.
Yes, just got two of them here. Got Lockie Wind and, of course, Josh Clark. I'll start off with you, Lockie. Really promising game by you as well. I think it was 6 today. Really had it on the string today. You were pretty happy with that?
Yeah, it was a good first half. We really started out in the midfield in that first and second quarter. The boys really dominated in there, and I was lucky to get onto a few.
Yes, and North Melbourne listed. How are you enjoying, coming across from Box Hill? How have you enjoyed coming the changeover from to Rowville and, of course, North Melbourne?
Yeah, no, it's a great club. All the boys have gotten around me. It's a sort of similar setup to Box Hill. Really young side, and looking up for the future. So yeah, it's good.
I've got Josh Clark here with me as well. Josh, fantastic game from you guys. It was a massive first quarter, pretty much challenged throughout the rest of the afternoon, but you seem to have that strong lead with the 4 to 5 goal margin throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, like you said, we had a really good start to the day, and we were challenged for parts of the game, but I think the way we responded and were able to get back on top, or even half the contest, shows a lot of character.
How nice is it to have the big fella out up forward? Obviously VFL listed, but when he's here, it certainly makes a difference.
It makes it a lot easier for us. Just kick it anywhere and usually just concept.
And what's on for tonight? Do you stay back for a couple of beers? Do you go back to the club, or what do the boys get up to on Saturday?
Yeah, we'll enjoy it, soak it all in, and enjoy the way we played today. But I think, we'll have a few beers and get on with it.
Fantastic game from you and you, Lockie, as well, and all the boys. Go on in, enjoy the song, and enjoy the win.
Thanks very much to Ryan Long and Blake Tennant, boundary side. And what a sensational game the big forward did have today. And
Blake's probably getting them to come down to his new karaoke gig tonight. Inviting them.
We get to hear the song today.
Plus two at Dakota.
They're warming up for karaoke down there in the rooms.
I don't know if they're going in or not, but
here we go.
Here we are.
Even belt out one word of that song, Ray Bear. Call yourself a supporter.
That's all right.
What are you doing on your phone? You on Facebook or you on Tinder?
I've just turned it on. I've just turned it on, mate.
Davis has just put through a nice score for us.
Oh, the catfish.
Yes, I think it was 132 Donvale to Sylvan 36. So I think Blake and I predicted a 100-point game. It was close to that, but a big statement there. A couple more final scores have come in. Up in Premier Division, East Spring got 118 to Norwood 38. Blackburn 132 to Noble Park 69. And as I mentioned before, South Croydon went down to Balwyn. A final score from out at home park. Now, Beaconsfield, it looks like they were kept to 3 behinds in the second half. They went down 89 to 19. To Mitcham. That's a bit of a surprise there. Yeah. Still got 2 games going. North Ringwood, they currently lead 59 to 53 over Montrose at Montrose Recreation Reserve, and Park Orchard 135 to Doncaster 59.
Great stuff there, Josh Ward. We're going to have a break here. Final scores out here for Doncaster East and Rowville. It was a reigning premier, reigning supreme today, 12-11-83 to 7-10-52, a margin of 31 points. We'll be back to wrap things up out here at Zerbes Reserve right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Last time to come back out here at Zerbes Reserve, and look at that picturesque sunset in the background over the suburb of Doncaster East and Doncaster. You've got shopping town in the background there, shopper there.
That's why people have to pay for the view, BWS.
Yeah, it's magnificent. And the final scores out here today was the Rowville Football Club. They were great, weren't they? What a fantastic start to the day. And they just basically put the game to bed at quarter time. 12-11, 83 to 7-10, 52. 31 points is the margin. We're going to go through our votes and stuff very shortly, but Josh Ward, I thought I might go to you if you have any more scores.
A couple more final scores. Upper Gully defeated Warrandyte 112-42 out there at Kings Park.
That's another shellac.
Yeah, very big result, and a big result out at Toolmore Reserve. Baronia 128 to the Basin 22. So a bit of a statement there. Yeah, not too surprising. Just still looking for a couple of other final scores around the grounds. But some plenty of intriguing results across the divisions this weekend.
A couple of statements through those scores, I would say, by Blackburn and by Mitcham. I think those are the ones that took my eye a little bit more than the others.
And I think since the, since that Croydon-Baronia game, Croydon 2 losses, Baronia 2 wins.
Well, it's time to start doing our votes, guys. Sportsco Eastland Best On Ground Player of the Day, 3, 2 and 1. How you saw it. We're going to start with the boundary side, and we're going to go to Blake Tennant. How did you see your votes today, my friend?
Yes, BWS. I'm going to go 3, 2, 1, obviously. So I'm going to go my 3 to Lockie Wine. Superb all game. I think he deserves that through and through there. I'm going to go another one here. I thought Matt Savey was all right there as well. Thought he would give him the 2 there. And I thought, just another one, I thought number 20, Matt Martini as well. He was pretty solid all game for Rowville as well.
3, 2 and 1 all going the way of the Hawks. Ray Baird dying to get in there and say his piece.
Okay, now one vote I gave to Lockie McDonald. He was just a solid contributor every week, and today was no different. 2 votes I gave to Big Michael Wen, the ruckman for Donny East. He was magnificent all day. If the other guys, particularly in the first half, if they showed the endeavour that he showed, they would have been right in this game. And 3 votes, Lockie Wine, how could you not? 6 goals and did the job, and they're my votes.
Thanks very much to Ray Baird. Let's go to Ryan Long.
I'm definitely backing up the 3 votes for Lockie Wine. I thought when the game was there to be won in the first half, he was the guy. 2 to Michael Wen. I agree with Ray. I thought he fought really hard, particularly in that first half when there probably wasn't as many contributors. And I'm actually going to give 1 to DeLuca. Maybe that was because I was on the boundary for the second half and probably saw more than the first half. And I just thought he fought hard. Gave him a few options where probably some of those other players didn't stand up as much.
Thanks very much to Ryan Long, to the smiling assassin, Josh Ward.
Oh, I was about to say I only did watch the first half, but yeah, got to give 3 votes to Lockie Wind. I will give 1 vote as well to Josh DeLuca. I thought his second quarter in particular was good, and in that second half, from the bits I could see, he looked pretty good. And 2 votes I'll probably give to Lockie McDonald.
We love our disordered 3-2-1s here.
Yes.
Yeah, we're a little bit, we're a bit dyslexic here on the
3-1-2. Has a nice ring to it.
When we talk about professionalism and doing it the right way, there's only one man who shows us the way, and that's Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, thank you, BWS. I'm going to give my 1 vote to Lockie McDonald. I thought his game in the midfield was exceptional. I'm always amazed at why opposition coaches don't put any time into this into him, because he just wins the ball from clearances and stoppages at will. Apologies to Tay Durman, because I thought he could have easily got that 1 vote. 2 votes, I thought Michael Wen was quite clearly Doncaster East best player all day in the ruck, and probably the only real winner they had for most of the afternoon. And well, anyone that kicks 6 goals for, has 15 touches, still has influence even when he's not kicking goals. You got to give him 3.
Spot on. Lachlan Wine gets another 3 votes.
Yep.
We're going for the clean sweep at this stage. How do you see Jared Beanland?
Yeah, I'm not going to take that away from him. Lockie Wind was 3 for me. I agree as well when he was fantastic. The former Norseman really was the shining light for Doncaster East. And I swapped one Lachlan out for another for my number 1 vote, and I gave it to Lockie Stapleton.
Yeah.
Very good stuff, and I'm going to follow the lead of everybody, but I'm copying Brash because I agree totally. The 3, 2 and 1. 1 vote goes to McDonald, 2 goes to Wen, and 3 goes to Wind. And it's not often we get a clean sweep, but we've got one today. And that sort of performance means that Lachlan Wine gets the Sportsco Eastland Best On-Ground Player of the Day and a $100 voucher going his way, which I'm no doubt he'll be very... Is it 100 or 50?
50.
Oh, just a pineapple, is it?
It's 50 unless I've slipped 2 in the one.
Anyway, they've got so many great deals there. He'll be able to do something. He'll be able to buy 1 sock. They're a great sponsor of us, Sportsco Eastland. Get out there, a great store. Get anything you want when it comes to your favourite sport. There's no doubt about that. And Tobin Brothers. Not everybody's favourite thing, Tobin Brothers, but what a great sponsor they are.
Bit of more a necessity.
Never talk about death or taxes.
The goal of the day, and they were pretty regulation, the goals throughout this afternoon. Of course, 6 goals go to Lachlan Wine, but the only real one that sort of stood out with a bit of spark was maybe Jakulja's goal in the second quarter. But I'm up for other opinions on this one.
I like the way that he tacked the ball right, and he come through a pack of players, and he certainly played he was definitely front and square where you want your small forward, and I thought that coming through the pack and kicking the ball on the run on his left foot, which is his non-preferred foot, I thought that was probably worthy of the goal. Have I sold everyone on it?
All those who say aye. Okay, fantastic stuff. Christian Jakulja, goal of the day, and Coles My voucher coming his way. I won't say the total because I'll get it wrong. The 50 schmackers. 5th MEGT Rookie of the Day, Ryan Long, who is eligible for today's prize.
Actually, I've got the Rookie of the Day calculated who's eligible. So for Doncaster East, Joel Papadopoulos, Mitchell Ryan, Jack Drayden, Aidan Biddle, Steph Paparonis, Mitch Duncan, and Lachlan O'Connell. For Rowville, Cal Verrill, Brooke Holcloud, Matt Martini, Jake Edwards, and Cripper Stainthorpe.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Martini was good for Rowville. Who were the other ones for?
I thought Mitch Ryan's game for Doncaster East, his first game, was absolutely super today. I almost gave him a vote, to be perfectly honest. I thought he was an absolute
number
including
47, is
the
it?
goal for the opposition. Including his first goal, which went to Rowville. But I'm happy to hear what other people think. Murray?
Well, I thought Martini myself, but...
No surprises there. Moving on. No.
I'll put one up for Ryan. I thought Ryan was impressive.
I'm happy with giving
Mitch.
Ryan up.
Yeah. Mitch Ryan is the winner of the MEGT Rookie of the Day, and that prize, Ryan Long?
A $50 Bunnings voucher.
$50
going
Bunnings
Ryan's
voucher.
way.
And it's a Doncaster East home game, so he's less likely to run off and go home.
Yes, we do need him
before we give him his
for
award.
a photo, yes, and the award.
And we have a mark of the day, do we, Ryan?
Well, it's the Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Week, but you can certainly put that down as a contender. We'll go through the highlights during the week and see if something tops it.
Yeah, Lachlan Wine's probably got a couple of contenders, one down low,
He's
one
already
up
had a
high.
few.
That one down low here was a ripper.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, well, keep your eye on the EFNL website throughout the week for all those fantastic highlights that get put together, but there's some final scores still coming through, Josh Ward.
Yes, so Croydon North Emlock have won their first game of the year.
Hey.
109 to 58 out there at Hughes Park.
And I picked them pre-match.
I definitely did.
None of Wadding have fallen off a cliff here.
They have
past
fallen a
few
little
weeks
bit off a
indeed.
cliff. I'm still chasing a final score from Lilydale Templestowe, but that's the only final score I can deliver.
You'll be waiting until tomorrow for that one.
Yeah.
That's great that they won a game.
It is great.
They've had it pretty tough for the last couple of seasons, and they're not great rivalry between them and their opposition.
And I mean, they've played the least amount of games in Div 4 of all the clubs, and they've come off a bye too.
Yeah.
I just realised I forgot to ask Paul Yaconi what his votes are.
Oh.
And
Where are you?
I'm very
Sorry, Paul.
Not that it
What
makes,
are your votes,
not that it
Paul?
makes any difference, Paul. But I thought I forgot to ask you what your votes were, mate. Sorry, we've been passing headsets around here, so I can say that's the excuse.
Yeah, so I'll give one vote to Michael Venn. He kept fighting on for Donny East. Two votes to Maverick Taylor, and my 3 votes have got to go to Lockie Wine.
Great stuff, mate. We're going to wrap things up here. Thanks for your services this afternoon. Hope you enjoyed it up here at the Den in the club rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, well, I was saying goodbye to you, Paul, so that's all right. But, Josh is like, no, this is my headset. Give it
I was
back.
about to say what you said, because I can't hear anything. It's going off in here.
He wants
in
to
the
talk about Surrey.
Sports Pavilion.
Great stuff, Josh Ward, down below and then back up here in the club room. Great afternoon.
Oh, perfect afternoon for me.
Calling the football this morning, good job there. And, of course, Paul, we'll say goodbye to you now. Great job, mate.
Got the headset on.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks
On
very
you,
much.
Paul.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much to the media manager of the FNL, Ryan Long.
Yes, thanks, Ben. I'll be off to Ringwood to find out where Blake's going tonight and see how that all goes down.
Fantastic stuff. Of course, Ray Baird, it's always great to call the football with you, mate. It's our rivalry game, but you get the chocolates today.
Yeah, and I just thought I was a ventriloquist because every time you wanted to talk to Paul, I had to nudge him.
Ray Brasher.
As long as
Ray
that's all you
Brasher.
were doing.
Oh, my God. Wayne Brasher. Great performance by you today, mate. Pre-match and all afternoon. You're a star.
Thank you very much, BWS. It's always a pleasure to come down to Doncaster East.
And a great call by Jared Beanland, as always.
Thank you very much, Ben. It was once again a pleasure to call beside you.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff out here. It's always good to be out here at Zerbes. It's been a long while since I've been out here, and it's been great to get so many handshakes and hugs from so many good people who have been good to me over the years. So I thank them for their hospitality. I also thank Katie Green, who does a great job with the women's football in the morning, and our flash photographer all afternoon. To Lee, everything possible, and Megan Green, the best in the business when it comes to camera work. My name is Ben Warren Smith, and this is another week of EFNL football. Have a great weekend.
We're going down to Cadillac Bar. What do you reckon?
Ooh, I like it.